Section 19 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan, by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 16. Bank Graft and Crime. Bankers accused wholesale by United States Comptroller of the Currency. If Christ should reappear in 1912, no doubt his first work would be to again scourge the dishonest money changers and drive them from the banks. There are honest, upright, conscientious bankers, very many of them, but not so many as we had supposed until the United States Comptroller of the Currency, a fearless, courageous, and honest public officer, with the reports of the banks and his bank examiners before him, wrote, and on December 4, 1911, filed, his recent official annual report to Congress. In that report, covering the current year to October 31, 1911, he officially makes the most shocking indictment and grave charges against an actual majority of all the national banks and bankers of the United States. In 1910, author came into possession of definite information showing that a large percent of all national banks repeatedly and intentionally violate the spirit and plain letter of the law. The estimate then made was 40%. This seemed so astounding, and struck the few persons spoken to about the matter as being so incredible and impossible, author hesitated to jeopardize his own reputation for veracity by publicity of the facts he knew to be true. It was only when these very lawless banks publicly sought to greatly augment their profits and power by urging Congress to adopt the Aldrich Central Bank Plan that author ventured to disclose his information about the astonishing prevalence of lawlessness among national banks. Writer alluded to the subject in his written analysis of the Aldrich Plan made on November 10, 1911, and personally handed to President Taft at the White House on November 16, 1911, which statement in full appears in the appendix of this volume, together with other surprising information as to the attitude of the present administration on this grave question. Subsequently, on December 4, 1911, official confirmation of these alarming conditions was made by the U.S. Comptroller of the Currency in his report to Congress filed on that date. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, December 8, 1911. Honorable Lawrence O. Murray, U.S. Comptroller of the Currency, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, a published Washington dispatch quotes from your annual report to Congress as follows, quote, "The dishonest practice by officers of national banks of receiving personal compensation for loans made by the bank is a growing evil and has already reached such proportions as to call for criminal legislation on the subject. In this manner, either the bank is defrauded of lawful interest, which it would otherwise receive, or usurious interest is exacted of a borrower by the corrupt officer. A secret reward to the officers is sometimes a deliberate bribe for obtaining a loan on insufficient security." End quote. Is this a correct quotation? If so, I most heartily congratulate you for your courage in thus rendering a great and timely public service. A few years ago, two personal acquaintances, prominent and active field representatives of two of the larger bond houses, amazed me by stating that in their work, that for years has chiefly been selling securities to national, state, and savings banks and trust companies, it was the exception when they found a bank official who would not demand or receive a secret commission for himself on securities that he purchased for his own institution. As legally this was a felony, larceny or embezzlement, it seemed unbelievable. But they insisted that this was true of their own personal knowledge, and my relation to them is such that I know they would not deceive me. And now your astonishing official charges against the honesty and character of many bank officials is additional confirmation. You, of course, realize that any such commission is added to the price of securities, and really is paid by the bank and not by the bond house. In institutions having a capital stock, the shareholders are robbed by their own paid and trusted official. In mutual savings banks, the loss would fall upon savings depositors. These two sources of graft may help to explain the mystery as to how some bank officials, with no personal capital and only a living salary, in a few years have accumulated great fortunes. And it also illumines the motives actuating the fierce scramble for control of every financial institution or insurance company holding for investment any considerable accumulation of the deposits or savings of the people. Your disclosures are especially timely and important in view of the pending proposal that Congress actually turn over to a private syndicate of bankers $1 billion of public currency and the entire revenues of the federal government to be forever held and invested for the exclusive profit of such private syndicate. I have it on seemingly good authority that the sworn reports of the banks on file in your office show that a large % of all national banks have violated the law. If not inconsistent with your duties, I would be glad to learn whether in whole or in part this report is true. Thanking and again earnestly congratulating you, I am, very respectfully yours, Alfred O. Crozier. W.L.E., Treasury Department, Washington, Office of Comptroller of the Currency, Address Reply to Comptroller of the Currency. December 12, 1911. Dear Alfred O. Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Sir, in reply to your letter of the 11th instant, you are advised that a table showing the percentage of banks violating the law in regard to real estate loans, reserve, excessive loans, and borrowed money appears on page 22 of the Comptroller's report for this year, a copy of which is being mailed to you under separate cover as requested. A copy is also being sent to F.W. Crozier, care of the Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio. Respectfully, T.P. Kane, Deputy Comptroller. Page 87 of said report shows that the above quotation was accurate. On the same page, the Comptroller also says, quote, an amendment forbidding any officer of a national bank to directly or indirectly receive or accept money or other valuable thing from any borrower from the bank as a reward, inducement, or consideration for obtaining the loan from the bank of which he is such an officer should also be enacted. It is recommended that the taking or accepting of money or other valuable thing from a borrower by any officer of a national bank for his own personal use as a reward, inducement, or consideration for obtaining the loan from a bank of which he is such officer shall be made an offense and punished by imprisonment in the penitentiary. A law should be enacted determining the period during which any person can be prosecuted, tried, or punished for offenses under the National Bank Act. Many criminal offenders against the national banking laws have escaped just punishment by reason of the statute of limitations. End quote. Such crimes are secretly done and usually easily concealed for a long time. Yet after 3 years no prosecution can be started. This is an inducement to commit crime, for the guilty always think they can conceal the crime at least 3 years. The Comptroller recommends the period be 10 years, within which action by the government may be started in such cases. The following exact quotation from page 22 of said report, including the table given in full, not only confirms author's information and statement to the President made 3 weeks before such report was filed, but it shows that instead of only 40% being lawbreakers, the sworn official reports filed by the bankers themselves contain the amazing confession that more than half of all the national banks of the United States persistently, continuously, knowingly, and willfully violate several different plain provisions of the law. The report says, quote, Violations of the provisions of the National Bank Act. A record is made, subsequent to the abstracting of the reports of condition of the national banks for each call, of the number of banks violating the restrictions and limitations of the National Bank Act for the purpose of ascertaining the percentage of offending banks. Deficiency in reserve represents the greatest number of violations, and during the past report year has varied from 21.38% on June 7, 1911, to 25.54% on September 1. The percentage of banks making excessive loans and granting accommodations on the security of mortgages or other lien on realty is very nearly the same, varying in the former case from a minimum of 14.10% on June 7th to a maximum of 19.21% on November 10, 1910, whereas the violations in relation to loans on realty vary from a minimum of 14.73% on November 10, 1910, to a maximum of 16.10% on June 7 last. The number of banks violating the provision of law relating to liabilities for borrowed money, etc., in excess of their capital stock is relatively very small, ranging during the past year from a minimum of 0.51% on January 7 to a maximum of 2.91% on September 1. The percentage of violations of the provisions of law in question at date of each call from January 31, 1910 to September 1, 1911 is shown in the following table. Date, January 31, 1910. Section 5137 Real Estate Loans, percent, 15.03. Section 5191 Reserve, percent, 19.91. Section 5200 Excessive Loans, percent, 1603. Section 5202 Borrowed Money, percent, 0.24. Total, percent, 51.20. March 29, 1910, Section 5137, 10.52, Section 5191, 25.87, Section 5200, 16.04, Section 5202, 0.32, total 52.75. June 30, 1910, Section 5137, 11.40, Section 5191, 17.68, Section 5200, 14.56, Section 5202, 0.95, total 44.59. September 1, 1910, Section 5137, 12.42, Section 5191, 22.46, Section 5200, 16.40, Section 5202, 1.78, total 53.06. November 10, 1910, Section 5137, 14.73, Section 5191, 22.97, Section 5200, 19.20, Section 5202, 0.58, total percent 57.49. January 7, 1911, Section 5137, 16.04, Section 5191, 23.72, Section 5200, 17.47, Section 5202, 0.51, total 57.74. March 7, 1911, Section 5137, 15.37, Section 5191, 23.69, Section 5200, 16.56, Section 5202, 0.79, total 56.41. June 7, 1911, Section 5137, 16.10, Section 5191, 21.38, Section 5200, 14.10, Section 5202, 1.49, total 53.07. September 1, 1911, Section 5137, 15.86, Section 5191, 25.54, Section 5200, 15.56, Section 5202, 2.91, total percent 59.87, end quote. The most recent report of the banks, September 1, 1911, shows that 59.87%, or about 4,400 of the 7,331 national banks of the United States, were deliberate lawbreakers, only 2,931 complying with the statutes of the United States. As time goes on, it seems to be getting worse, for on September 1, 1911, nearly 700 more banks were violating the law than on January 31, 1910. If the same percent of all the people were lawbreakers, there would be 54,600,000 criminals in the United States. Breaking law is crime. Why did half the banks knowingly commit crime? For profit, nothing but profit. It was always by making loans illegally or on unlawful security for the sake of the interest profits they received. That is the motive, the only motive, actuating the thief, embezzler, burglar, and highwayman. But such criminals have at least an excuse that lawless bankers do not have. They are homeless, friendless, penniless, and hungry. Isn't there a bit of terrible humor in the National Association of Bankers employing that distinguished detective to discover and punish those stealing from the banks, when crime against the interests of depositors and the community is constantly being committed wholesale by banks? Yes, by a majority of all national banks? The federal government now is devoting its giant strength to discover, expose, and punish labor union men alleged to be guilty of unlawfully transporting dynamite in interstate commerce and using it to destroy property involved in controversies between capital and labor. This action is right and necessary. Law-breaking of every kind must stop, or soon there will be no government. No honest man can or will justify, excuse, or condone criminal violence and destruction of property to advance the cause of labor or any other cause, and the moral sense of everybody is shocked when such crimes even unintentionally cause loss of life. But the relatively few labor men accused, less than 1 to each 100,000, at least claim that they did not break law for personal profit, but to advance the cause of labor and improve the condition in life of their brother working men. But the banks, by affidavits attached to their official reports to the government, coolly confess that all the time half of them are breaking the law for no other reason than to get extra personal profit that they do not need. We have shown in a former chapter that the comparatively few national banks, because law has prohibited individuals doing what banks are granted authority to do, in 42 years actually have cleaned up net profits aggregating about as much as the total of all the money of the United States in the hands of the people, the banks, and the government. The relatively larger portion of these wonderful profits have been made since about 1900. If the American Bankers Association was thus caught with the goods on it, the comparison with the International Iron Workers Union might just now be more exact. But while the federal government seems to have conclusive evidence of the guilt of a majority of all the local national banks federated in such national banking association, there has been no charge and no suspicion of guilt against the hundreds of local unions and their thousands of members federated in the National Iron Workers Organization, the officers of which, or some of them, seem to have been lawless and unfaithful to the highest interests of labor. Out of several million union men, only a few dozen are even accused, but over half of all national bankers confess their guilt on oath. How can the federal government justify and safely pursue and punish lawless working men unless it as relentlessly prosecutes and brings to justice the guilty bankers of the United States, against whom already it has ample and conclusive evidence in the shape of sworn confessions now on file in the office of the United States Comptroller of the Currency? Why has not prosecution against even one of the thousands of rich and powerful bankers, conclusively shown by the government's records to be lawbreakers, been started by the Department of Justice? If the laws and penalties have been made inadequate at the instigation of the offending but politically influential men and banks now shown by the United States Comptroller to have been all along violating law, why did not the President endorse, in his financial message to Congress on December 21, 1911, the earnest and urgent recommendation of the Comptroller in his December 4, 1911 report that the laws be amended to reach the high grafting bank criminals, instead of endorsing the Aldrich Plan for a private central bank multiplying 100 times the profits and power of these very lawless bankers? The law requires banks always to have a cash reserve equal at least to a certain specified percent of its total loans of bank credit, varying from 15 to 25% according to locality. Loans of credit average at least 10 times the cash in reserves. This is because 3/5 of the reserve of a country bank can be deposited in a central reserve city bank, where it becomes the basis for another volume of credit loans. To say that the cash reserve of a bank is below the legal requirement is merely another way of saying that the bank has illegally and dangerously inflated its loans of credit out of all lawful proportion to its cash reserve. The larger the volume of such loans of credit, the greater the profit that the bank gets with the same investment. So usually it is done deliberately and solely for extra profit. There might be some moral excuse during a panic for reserves being below the legal limit, but there has been no panic now for over 4 years. On page 22 of said report, it is shown that in the 42 years since the present system started, the national banks have actually earned net $3,107,185,441 and have paid $2,336,815,679 as dividends. The average dividends of all the banks, good and bad, during 42 years was 9.07%, and for the year to June 30, 1911, it was 11.38%, and net earnings 15.57% on their capital stock. Of course, many individual banks earn 20, 30, and some even 50 to 100%. So their violation of law to gain more profits was unnecessary as a reasonable business matter, and seemed to put the majority of the bankers of the country and many of the great leaders of finance in the unenviable position of mere reckless, gambling financial adventurers, willing to ignore and break the laws of the land and endanger the safety of the deposits of the people for the chance of getting just a little bigger profits for themselves. Does the business of banking tend to make good men narrow, selfish, sordid, and criminal, or do men of that natural stripe seek control of banks to gratify their inordinate lust for profit and power? Truly, the banking system needs reform, but not the kind the bankers now are seeking and always seek. Does it not morally need fumigating? Whatever delinquency there is in the present system and law, the financiers are responsible for it. Usually they have framed most monetary and banking legislation and induced Congress to adopt it. Some provisions of the law are as harmless to malefactors as the 10 Commandments, because intentionally or unintentionally the law was framed to provide no way of enforcing it, no criminal penalty for its violation. The showing of bank violations made by the present comptroller in his report must have existed at least to a greater or less extent during the terms of former U.S. comptrollers. Why was not the law enforced against the offending banks? Why were not those dangerous conditions that so gravely affect the interests of depositors and the soundness of banks and the strength and stability of the country's financial and banking system exposed and correction of the evils and abuses demanded by former U.S. comptrollers? We do not know that there was any connection between this seeming neglect by some of the highest public duty, which conferred such rich and valued immunities upon lawless banks and bankers, and the well-known fact that many Treasury officials, almost immediately after leaving the public service, have obtained high and permanent official positions with banks, at salaries said to be many times what they received from the federal government. On page 31 of his report, the present comptroller says, quote, 60% of the failures of national banks have been caused by violations of the national banking laws, end quote. The management often is reckless and rotten, as well as criminal. Concealed losses because of improper loans to favorites and otherwise are charged off, amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. Inordinate profits alone have prevented general ruin of banks. Just consider what it means, the fact that most of the deposit savings of all the people of the United States are in the custody of these criminal guardians. If the Aldrich Central Bank Plan is adopted by Congress, an absolute majority of the shares and control of the National Reserve Association will be owned and forever held by banks officially shown by the federal government and admitted under oath to be guilty of repeatedly, knowingly, and willfully violating their charters and the laws of the land just for the profits there was in it. Is Congress ready to turn over for 50 years the entire public currency and all the revenues of the government and the other imperial powers demanded to a private corporation so owned and controlled? The people soon will know. End of chapter 16.
Section 20 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 17, Crime of Conspiracy. 40,000 bank officers and directors, each liable to $10,000 fine and 10 years imprisonment. The reason the 10 Commandments announced by Moses, or some of them, are constantly violated by so many people is because the penalty prescribed will be inflicted in the next world, perhaps, instead of in this. The chances of punishment are too slim and remote. That is the precise reason why so many distinguished bankers break the laws of the land over and over, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. For instance, in his official report of December 4th, 1911, the U.S. Comptroller on page 22, quoted in the preceding chapter, charges that on September 1st, 1911, 59.87% of all national banks were violating 4 separate provisions of the National Bank Law, vis-a-vis sections 5137, 5191, 5200, and 5202, prohibiting loans on real estate, inadequate cash reserves, excessive loans to borrowers, and excessive indebtedness by banks, respectively. No penalty whatsoever against bank officers and directors committing such offenses against the law is prescribed in the National Bank Act. These restrictions were imposed by law for the protection of depositors and the good of the community to make banks more sound. Every time these provisions of law are broken, it is a menace to the safety of depositors and the public welfare, and every offense is committed knowingly by officers and directors for profit. There are severe penalties, fine and imprisonment for offenses like embezzlement by subordinates against the interest of banks, but no penalties are imposed upon officers and directors who ignore and violate practically every provision of law enacted to protect depositors and the public. As the system was devised and framed by the financiers, this condition, of course, was not accidental. For almost 50 years, bank influence and intrigue has prevented Congress enacting amendments in the public interest recommended by comptrollers of the currency, who had full sworn information showing criminal conduct and contempt for law by a large percent of banks and bankers. On the other hand, the National Bank Act again and again has been amended at the insistence of banks to increase their immunities, profits, and power. Deputy Comptroller of the Currency Kane has been retained in office for years by different administrations because of his high ability and integrity, expert knowledge and skill. In a public interview reported in the Washington Post of March 21, 1908, cited by Senator La Follette in his speech of March 24, 1908, in the U.S. Senate, Mr. Kane said, "While numerous have been the recommendations of the 11 comptrollers who have presided over the affairs of the Currency Bureau since its establishment, which in the judgment of each would have increased the security of the depositors and creditors of the banks, practically none has been enacted into law or has received the serious consideration of the legislative branch of the government. No one has better opportunities to observe from an impartial and disinterested standpoint the practical operation of the banking laws, and to note their weak features in regard to the security of creditors than the respective comptrollers of currency." Notwithstanding this indisputable fact and the many recommendations made by the several comptrollers, there has been practically no amendment of the law since the passage of the original Bank Act of February 25, 1863, which can be said to have had for its object the particular welfare of the depositor. Of the 54 acts amendatory of the original enactment, which have been adopted since that date, practically all have been in the interest of greater latitude or privileges to the banks. The remedies suggested for the many unsatisfactory conditions of which the national banking laws are primarily responsible may be found in the recommendations made from time to time by the comptrollers of the currency in the 45 annual reports submitted to Congress since the establishment of the Currency Bureau, and until supplied by legislative enactment, the responsibility should rest where it properly belongs, upon the law and the lawmakers, and not upon the administrative officials. This is a terrible indictment of the political and legislative activity of the Bank Wall Street political combine, made by the one man in the United States who best knows the facts and has daily access to the confidential reports of the Comptroller's Office that startlingly show the duplicity, graft, and crime of the bankers. During much of this long period of nearly 50 years, one individual, posing as a public servant, has been the pliant tool of the interests. That man, as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has come into official possession of practically every bill to strengthen and improve the banking system. He seems to have suppressed them all. Now that man, former Senator Aldrich, is posing as the great apostle of reform to improve the banking and currency systems. A leopard cannot change its spots, or an Ethiopian his skin, and Aldrich cannot and has not changed. He is still betraying the people and the public welfare into the hands of banks and Wall Street. The pending central bank bill he once passed as a monument to his name and public record. It would be appropriate, for it is by far the most crafty, selfish, subtle, unpatriotic, evil, daring, and dangerous measure introduced into Congress since the Republic was created. It is the fitting end and climax of such a treasonable career. The only remedy the National Bank Act provides is the possible forfeiture of charter by the bank for violation of the provisions of the law. Section 5239 reads, "If the directors of any national banking association shall knowingly violate or knowingly permit any of the officers, agents, or servants of the association to violate any of the provisions of this title, all the rights, privileges, and franchises of the association shall be thereby forfeited. Such violation shall, however, be determined and adjudged by a proper circuit, district, or territorial court of the United States, and a suit brought for that purpose by the Comptroller of the Currency, in his own name, before the association shall be declared dissolved. And in cases of such violation, every director who participated in or assented to the same shall be held liable in his personal and individual capacity for all damages which the association, its shareholders, or any other person shall have sustained in consequence of such violation." The Comptroller's report clearly shows that on September 1, 1911, just 4,389 of the 7,331 national banks under said Section 5239 legally had forfeited their charters, only 2,942 banks being then within the law. But the clever genius who drafted that section carefully provided that no bank should be declared dissolved until the comptroller personally, in his own name, had instituted suit in court and prosecuted same to judgment. If the comptroller refuses or neglects to act, all the banks are safe and immune under the Act, even if all such banks, as they do, daily violate every such provision of law. There is no power in the law or under the government to punish or to bring to justice or to forfeit the charter of a bank if the comptroller will not proceed. He is the autocrat over all banks and above the law. The very life of over half of the banks is in his hands, and each justly merits the death penalty. Yet year after year passes, comptroller after comptroller comes and goes. The banks, a majority of them, laugh at the penaltyless laws and go on violating for gain the statutes of the United States, and nothing is done to remedy the rotten condition or to bring the offenders to justice. Why? Is the explanation partly in the fact that many comptrollers go from their faithless public service and immediately become president or an officer of some bank at a salary many times greater than that paid them by the government? What paralyzed their official conduct? Were some of them bribed in office by the promise or hope of subsequent high position in private life? Or were they bribed with office before they were appointed on the understanding that they would enforce the law against employees of banks but not against bankers? Does it go still higher? Is it possible that sometimes the lawless banks in advance have bargained for immunity in exchange for nationwide bank political support with a candidate or prospective candidate for president, or with his political managers, the banks to name the comptroller and perhaps the secretary of the Treasury? It is a serious thing even to think about, but there is some reason why banks and bankers are always exempt, while all other people must obey the law or be pursued by the entire power of the government and brought to justice. This is not intended to reflect on the present comptroller. Writer has means of knowing that he is honest and fearless, and has been making an almost desperate effort to induce or force the banks to keep within the law, and this apparently without the proper support of the present administration. And his brave and courageous public denunciation of bank graft and crime and criminals in his official report, and his showing from the record the extent of violations, is almost providential, coming at this time when the banks brazenly are trying to induce Congress to turn over to them some of the greatest functions of government, practically giving to the lawless banks power to regulate themselves for the next 50 years. It is a hard place to put a comptroller, for better than anyone else he knows the imperial, political, and legislative power of the banks and their ability to punish any comptroller who may refuse to do the will of the banks instead of his sworn public duty. Section 5147 reads, "Each director, when appointed or elected, shall take an oath that he will, so far as the duty devolves on him, diligently and honestly administer the affairs of such association, and will not knowingly violate any of the provisions of this title, and that he is the owner in good faith, and in his own right, of the number of shares of stock required by this title, subscribed by him, or standing in his name on the books of the association, and that the same is not hypothecated, or in any way pledged as security for any loan or debt. Such oath, subscribed by the director making it, and certified by the officer before whom it is taken, shall be immediately transmitted to the comptroller of the currency, and shall be filed and preserved in his office." This clever Bank Act was put through Congress with the attention of the public, and Congress was absorbed by the daily events of the Civil War. It was moral, if not legal, treason to take advantage of the government at such a time. The joker in the above-quoted oath is this: a prosecution for perjury can be maintained only for false swearing as to a past or present fact, not future official conduct. If the director did not own the shares he swore he did, he could be sent to jail for perjury. But if he continuously violates his oath of office, commits treason to his sacred trust, as a majority of bank officers and directors do, the penalty for perjury cannot be inflicted. The President of the United States might be impeached, but could not be punished for perjury if he violated his oath of office. But there is no one in the bank to move impeachment of an offending director. For all our particeps criminis cooperate in the violations are guilty of the same offense. An impeachment of bank officers is not authorized by law. Excessive loans, illegal real estate loans, inadequate cash reserves, and excessive indebtedness by the bank usually are impossible, except with the knowledge and consent of practically all of the officers and often the directors of the bank. Particularly so when it goes on continuously year after year. The fact is, such matters are deliberately done or winked at because most directors have become such solely to obtain favors from the bank for enterprises or corporations in which they are financially interested. That almost universal condition is the curse and greatest evil and danger of the present banking system. In a broad sense, they are conspirators, not bankers. With no penalties against bankers in the National Bank Act and friendly comptrollers to protect the banks against forfeiture of their charters, and with a statute of limitations outlawing offenses after 3 years, the national banking system, steeped in lawlessness, graft, and crime, has gone on for nearly half a century scot-free and immune. The law-defying beneficiaries are constantly seeking richer legislative exemptions and privileges as they grow inordinately rich, often by the fruits of graft and crime. In their fancied security, shielded by the significant omission of the usual penalties from the bank statute, they have overlooked another statute that may cause them a rude awakening and at last bring them to justice. Crime of conspiracy. Section 5440 of the United States Revised Statutes in the New Code is as follows. Section 37. If 2 or more persons conspire either to commit an offense against the United States or to defraud the United States in any manner or for any purpose, and 1 or more of such parties do not act to effect the object of the conspiracy, each of the parties to such conspiracy shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 2 years, or both. Under this section and the court decisions, there is not the slightest doubt that every participating officer and director of the 4,389 offending national banks is legally guilty of the crime of conspiracy, and that there is, in the comptroller's office and elsewhere, ample evidence to indict, arrest, convict, and punish by a fine not exceeding $10,000, or imprisonment not more than 2 years, or both, more than 40,000 bank officers and directors. Nor will the statute of limitations aid them to escape justice. The courts have decided that in a continuing conspiracy of this character, the 3 years begins to run only from the last act by any one of the conspirators pertaining to the subject matter of the conspiracy. It is clearly an offense against the United States to violate any law of the United States, whether there is a prescribed penalty for such violation or not, and 2 or more persons conspire to commit an offense against the United States every time bank officers or directors violate the National Bank Act. The Supreme Court decisions make this fact clear. Ignorance of the law excuses no man. Even if the offending bankers have overlooked this drastic statute imposing severe penalties for the crime of conspiracy, they are entitled to no sympathy or mercy. They admit under oath that they have repeatedly treated the authority of the government with contempt, and they violated the laws of this land because they thought there was no effective punishment provided. Atwell on Federal Criminal Law on page 219 says, "A conspiracy as commonly understood is a corrupt agreeing together of 2 or more persons to do, by concerted action, something unlawful, either as a means or an end." The word corrupt as used means unlawful. The intendment of this definition is that to conspire to do an unlawful act, or to conspire to accomplish a result which may in itself be lawful, but to do it in an unlawful manner, or an unlawful agreement to accomplish an unlawful result, are conspiracies. The unlawful combination may be expressly proven, or it may be provable from concerted action, in itself unlawful. If one join the conspiracy at any time after the formation of the conspiracy, he becomes a conspirator, and the acts of the others become his by adoption. That there is or may be a difference between the punishment prescribed in this section and that prescribed in the statute that the conspiracy was formed to violate is immaterial. Congress has the power, says the Supreme Court of the United States in Clune v. United States, 159 U.S. 590, to enact a statute making a conspiracy to do an act punishable more severely than the doing of the act itself. The power exists to separate the offenses and to affix distinct and independent penalties to each. As above indicated, there need be no proof of the express agreement. The full measure of the law is met if the facts and circumstances indicate with the requisite lawful certainty the existence of a preconcerted plan. Riley v. United States, 106 Federal 896, U.S. v. Cassidy, 67 Federal 698, U.S. v. Barrett, 65 Federal 62, U.S. v. Wilson, 60 Federal 890, U.S. v. Newton, 52 Federal 275, U.S. v. Sasha, 2 Federal 754. So under the same authorities, it need only be shown that one or more of the overt acts charged in the indictment have been committed, and that they were done in furtherance of the conspiracy. Federal Statutes Annotated, Volume 2, page 250. Textbooks and courts unite in the proposition that where there is prima facie showing of conspiracy, all of the acts done, and all of the declarations made in pursuance of the originally concerted plan, and with reference to the common object by any one of the conspirators, are admissible against all. The above is a verbatim quotation from the leading textbook on federal criminal law, and is an authority recognized by the courts. And the definition of conspiracy given and the matters incidental thereto above described are all fully sustained by the Supreme Court of the United States in the cases cited and by many other cases. Every national bank must have at least 5 directors. Some have as high as 20 or more. The National City Bank of New York has 23, and the National Bank of Commerce 40. The average number of directors of each of the various national banks, no doubt, is at least 10. This would seem to indicate that there are at least 43,890 directors of the 4,389 national banks officially accused by the United States Comptroller in his report of December 4, 1911, of violating the laws of the United States. Besides, many officers not directors are also involved. The total number of bankers and directors implicated and thus officially charged with the crime of conspiracy by a high federal official must exceed 40,000. No doubt a large portion of these offending directors have participated in these acts either ignorantly or thoughtlessly, trusting the bank officers and blindly doing what they are directed. Unfortunately for them, this does not relieve such persons from legal guilt and liability. If they have as directors aided or consented to the making of just one illegal loan or the doing of just one illegal act or omission by the bank, they are under the law guilty of the crime of conspiracy and liable to indictment, arrest, conviction, and a fine not exceeding $10,000 and not more than 2 years imprisonment, or both. And each separate violation may be considered a separate and distinct conspiracy carrying the same penalty. As some banks are committing such offenses almost daily, every participating officer and director is accumulating penalties that, if enacted, as sometime surely they will be if the lawless practices continue, it may ruin him financially and even force him to spend much of the balance of his life in prison as a condemned criminal. Does it pay to be mixed up in such a dangerous mess? This accurate and plain statement of the law and the liability can be verified by any director who will consult his legal advisor on the subject. It is here put forward as a friendly and timely warning to the thousands of honorable and patriotic businessmen who have been induced by bankers to accept directorships and thus give the bank the benefit of their influence and the profit of their accounts and business, and who have put implicit but mistaken faith and confidence in the honor and wisdom of the bankers managing the institutions, carelessly and unquestioningly complying with their requests and blindly acquiescing in their decisions. They have been misled and put in a position of grave personal danger by the bankers whom they trusted and who knew the law and the fact that it was being violated. There are no extenuating circumstances excusing most offending bank officials because they know the condition of the bank at all times and make frequent sworn reports to the Comptroller of the Currency, and from such reports that official shows that over half of all national banks are guilty. For a director who is really honest and patriotic at heart and desires in fact to be a law-abiding citizen instead of a confessed criminal, there is but 2 honorable courses. 1. Tell the bank officers who have deceived and led him into danger just what he thinks of their conduct, and then resign from the board. 2. Purge the bank of all criminal lawlessness by forcing the immediate resignation of every official whose past conduct has shown a willingness to ignore and violate the provisions of the law, and thereby subjected directors to the danger of successful criminal prosecution, and brought the institution and the banking system into contempt and public disgrace. Every honest director owes it to the community, the government, the depositors who have trusted him, and to himself and his family, to act promptly and courageously, and thus so far as possible cure the grave ills that have grown up largely because of his carelessness and lack of thought and attention about important matters for which he voluntarily became morally and legally responsible. As the comptroller has made his sweeping charges without naming the particular offending banks, the 2,942 honestly conducted banks should insist on the guilty banks being named, if not punished, so that the unjust suspicion may not cause the innocent banks to suffer because of these lawless acts of the guilty. That would be simple justice. A public congressional investigation of the national banking system is now justified and necessary, and the best means for acquitting innocent banks and fixing the blame upon the guilty. Honest and upright bankers should join in the demand for such a public investigation. As more than half of all national banks are officially shown to be guilty of intentional lawlessness, and their officers and directors guilty of criminal conspiracy under the statutes of the United States, it would be patriotic and the part of wisdom for all honest and honorable bankers and directors to oppose the Aldrich Plan for now increasing the profits and power of the banks by giving them ownership of the proposed National Reserve Association that is to control the public currency and entire money supply of the country. They should promptly and vigorously join with the people in demanding that the institution be absolutely owned and controlled by the government of the United States. This course alone will prevent their neighbors and friends and the people generally believing that they are willing parties to the conspiracy of the big banks and Wall Street to rob the people and the government of their rights and powers for the graft, profit, and advantage of lawlessness and selfish private interests. If state banks and trust companies are wise, they will oppose this "will you come into my parlor," said a spider to the fly, Aldrich proposition. They have nothing to gain and everything to lose by this lion and lamb merger, for they must play the part of the lamb. They will not desire to join this national bank Wall Street conspiracy and cause the people to believe that they are as selfish and criminal and unpatriotic as the majority of national banks. And state banks and trust companies cannot afford to allow national banks thus to increase their profit and power and their advantage over state institutions. National banks would entice away the deposits of state institutions by advertising that national banks alone are panic-proof. On the other hand, it would be a great benefit and advantage, and no disadvantage, to state banks and trust companies to be allied with a giant Central Reserve Association or currency-issuing body, provided same was a public institution owned and controlled by the government and strictly regulated by law. The crime of conspiracy statute above quoted, that has been violated by about 40,000 bank officers and directors, is the identical statute under which 54 labor union members recently were indicted and arrested or prosecuted by the United States government under direction of the President. In one case, it was conspiracy to violate the federal law regulating banks, and in the other, it was conspiracy to violate the federal law against transporting dynamite on railway trains. Justice must be impartial. Can the government justly or safely put the stripes on the few misguided working men and let the many offending bankers go free? End of Chapter 17. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 21 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melanie Young. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan, by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 18. Bank Credits versus Government Currency. Banks increase cost of living, business done too much on credit and too little on cash basis. There are two ways of doing business. One is to pay in cash, the other with credit, bank checks, notes, and drafts. In cash transactions, it costs the people nothing for use of the medium of exchange employed, the money or currency, because the government coins or prints and issues it without charge. In credit transactions, and by credit we do not mean trusting or selling on time, settled by check, note, or draft, the banks always receive a profit for the agency used as a substitute for money. They either get interest at 6% or other going rate on the promissory note discounted to create a book account against which the checks are drawn, or exchanged to pay for New York or other drafts used in place of cash. In New York City and some other places, banks profit double. They get interest on the note discounted to create a checking account, then they charge for all outside checks drawn on similar accounts in other banks when receiving such checks for deposit. This plan gradually is being extended throughout the country, and when customer checks out, say, but half the proceeds of the discounted note, the bank receives the equivalent of double interest, or 12%. Offsetting this is the 2%, 3%, or 4% interest paid by banks on deposits, but usually this is only on cash or time deposits, represented by certificates of deposit. Few banks pay any interest on checking accounts created by discounting notes or depositing the checks of other people. They can well afford to pay that small rate on deposits of cash because the cash becomes part of their cash reserves and enables them immediately to swell their loans of credit, an amount equal to about 10 times such cash. For example, a bank may pay 3% per annum on a cash deposit of $1,000 because it at once then can charge and receive 6% yearly on $10,000 of extra loans of credit. This is the inside, mysterious, and Crozier-like holy of holies of the banking business. Two things must be obvious. One, it is for the financial interest of the banks to have the people do as little business on a cash basis and as much on a credit basis as possible, because banks supply all of the credit mediums of exchange and receive a good profit for doing so. Two, it is for the financial interest of the people to do as much business on a cash basis and as little on a credit basis as possible, because the government charges the people nothing for producing the cash for them, and banks always charge for the use of credit. The development of business methods and practices have grown, or been so engineered by the banking system that the relative proportion of cash transactions has steadily decreased and credit transactions increased, until now it is conceded that of all business at least 95% is done with credit, and but 5% with cash. This is partly due to the convenience of checks instead of cash, less bother in some transactions, but more to the constant temptation and encouragement by banks to solvent customers to overexpand their business by using credit instead of actual capital. For it is easier to go in debt to a bank than to provide cash capital to carry on a given business. Some idea of the size and weight of this bank burden upon the people and their business activities, because of the use of bank credit instead of cash almost exclusively in all of the business transactions of life, may be gathered from the official report of the 140 clearinghouses of the United States for the year to September 30th, 1911. According to the U.S. Comptroller's report of December 4th, 1911, in 1 year the volume of business settled by bank checks and drafts that went through clearinghouses, not including checks cashed by banks on which they were drawn, was the colossal total of $159,373,450,000, almost 160 billions of dollars. All of the annual crops of the soil are worth only 7 to 9 billion. All of the money in the United States, June 30th, 1911, coin and currency in circulation, in bank reserves, and in the Treasury, was only $3,555,900,000. The total capital, known and estimated on June 7, 1911, of the 28,551 banks and trust companies of the United States, National, 7,277. Other reporting banks and trust companies, 17,115. Was but $2,032,411,351. Their surplus and undivided profits, being mostly excess profits earned but not divided and paid out as dividends, $2,105,574,839. Deposits, $16,514,730,351. Circulation, or banknote currency, $681,740,513, making the total banking power of the United States by Comptroller's report $21,334,456,790, an increase during the year of $285,212,407, or over 13%. So the banking power, entire money supply, and total value of all crops combined amount only to less than $34 billion, or 21% of the nearly $160 billion of credit represented by reported bank checks. In one way or another, this entire business is made to yield such profits to the banks that they have been enabled to accumulate, chiefly from excess net profits, $2,105,574,839 of surplus and undivided profits, or more than their total $2,032,411,351 capital, besides steadily paying unusually large dividends. While many banks annually earn 10, 20, 50, and some 100% net on their capital stock for the year ending June 30th, 1911, the average dividends paid by all of the national banks was 11.38% on their capital stock, and their average net earnings was 15.57%. Cost of living increased. It would be interesting to know, and highly illuminating, just how much higher the cost of living has been made by this use of $160 billion of bank checks as a substitute for government currency as the chief medium of exchange in American business. Every dollar paid by a businessman to the banks for such credit is added as an item of cost and increases correspondingly the price of commodities to consumers. Therefore, all of these rich and increasing profits made by banks are saddled directly upon the people. There is no way for them to escape this burden. It increases the prices of food, clothing, everything they buy. Advocates of a protective tariff claim that it tends to bar out the products of cheap foreign labor that, if admitted free, might tend somewhat to beat down prices and benefit consumers, but that it would thereby injure labor and agriculture by requiring less of the products of American factories and farms. And of course, working men and farmers comprise the larger portion of the consumers of the country. Also, that if local industries do not combine into trust or otherwise conspire to eliminate all genuine competition in order to keep prices high, the tariff, by keeping out foreign products, may encourage the starting of so many industries in this country employing American labor that prices to consumers actually will be lowered instead of increased. This notwithstanding the tariff, because such local industries in competing with each other, if competition is real and unrestricted, in order to get the business naturally, will make low prices yielding only reasonable profits. At least this is the theory of protection. But a tariff not fixed by Congress, levied upon 95% of all business by the banks in the form of charges for credit, can in no way be avoided by the people unless the volume of government currency is increased and the people do business more upon a cash basis. It should be remembered that the entire foreign commerce on which tariff is collected is less than 1/10 of the volume of domestic commerce on which the banks levy their credit tariff. The foreign commerce of the United States in 1911 was exports, $2,013,549,000, imports, $1,527,945,000. Balance of trade, $485,604,000. Total, $3,541,494,000. The entire foreign commerce, exports and imports, of the 29 leading nations was $30 billion, or less than 20% of the $160 billion of checks that went through the clearinghouses of the United States last year. The total value of all manufactures of this country in 1909 was but $20 billion. And this bank-levied tariff may be duplicated many times on the same article. If the expense of producing the raw material, the selling price of same, the freight on it to the factory, the cost of working it into a finished article, the labor cost, the expense of administration and selling, the freight to the wholesaler, the price paid by the wholesaler, the freight to retailer, the price paid by retailer, and the price paid by the ultimate consumer, are all settled by bank checks, it will be seen that to a greater or less extent, the banks get the chance to make 10 assessments for use of their credit against that one article. Perhaps it is a common everyday household necessity, and the whole 10 assessments are added to the price and paid unknowingly, but invariably, by the consumer. The consumer pays it all, and the banks get it all. No one else profits a dollar from the sale of bank credit. And whatever decrease of the use of bank credit may occur by reason of increase of the volume of business done on a cash basis, the whole loss will fall upon the banks, and the entire benefit will go to the people in the shape of lowered prices on all the things they must purchase. Have we not now smoked out the Senegambian in the woodpile that always has and always will cause banks to fight the issuance of currency by the government, and particularly any serious increase of that currency, whether it be uncovered greenbacks or treasury notes secured amply by a gold reserve? And the true, although concealed reason why now they are trying to get Congress to prohibit the government issuing any currency at all, and to grant a monopoly of the issuance of all currency to a private corporation owned by the banks. Then they could make the people pay for the use of the pocket money they own, as well as for use of bank credit, and the banks would get the other 5% for which so long they have hungered. Then they would get a rake-off on 100% instead of 95% of all business transactions carried on by the people, with power in the banks to increase at will the size of such rake-off. Right now the banks, by clearinghouse agreements, are extending throughout the country the new plan of charging exchange on outside checks deposited by their regular customers. If this becomes general, as it will if businessmen submit, if the rates charged were applied to the whole $160 billion, it and other new charges would increase the bank tax on business and commerce, an amount nearly equal to half of the annual cost of running the government of the United States. It is not proposed or desired to abolish bank credit or arbitrarily curtail or unduly or unfairly restrict its supply or use. Nor is it intended to diminish or limit the legitimate profits of banks by law so long as they deal justly by the people, giving them good service at reasonable cost, and exercise their law-given privileges and powers honestly and impartially for the general welfare. But it is proposed and demanded that banks shall keep their restraining hand off the people's supply of public currency, that they shall stop every attempt and action that tends to compel the people against their will and interest to buy more bank credit and use less government currency. Laws should not be framed, as at the instigation of the banks they have been, to force the people to do more business on a credit and less on a cash basis solely to increase the profits of the banks at the cost of the people. On October 31st, 1911, $744,071,715 of banknote currency was in circulation. Not a dollar of gold secures this vast bank currency. Banks want a gold reserve only behind government currency. Banks pay this out over and over because it is not lawful money, is no good in their cash reserves, and because upon every dollar they are making a steady profit so long and only while it is out of their hands and in the hands of the people. The people do not have to accept banknote currency because it is not a legal tender. Since December 21, 1863, the date of the first issue of national bank circulation, banknote currency of the value of $5,460,186,435 has been issued by national banks that have received therefrom, while it was out and unredeemed, steady profits that were paid by the people. If this had all been government currency, the banks would have made less and the people would have paid less because the government would have asked no profit for supplying such currency. It is thus seen that banks do not object to paper currency. They only object to the government issuing it without profit or at all because whatever government currency is issued reduces the quantity of bank currency and credit used, and this decreases the profits of the banks. All that is now asked is to lift the bank embargo on the free play of currency so that the people can use just as much or just as little such government currency and purchased bank credit as they desire. Let the law of supply and demand be the sole regulator, the will and preference of the people determining the proportion of business to be conducted with bank credit and the amount to be done on a cash basis. Let the Monetary Council, hereinafter suggested, establish and enforce a square deal between the banks and the people, the government issuing all of the currency and the banks all of the credit. The people to use as much of each as they desire. Is not this right, businesslike, and just? Every dollar of currency so issued will be made sound, guaranteed by the government, redeemable in gold, backed by an adequate gold reserve and always kept equal in value with gold. The banks cannot question the soundness of such a currency or frighten the people with the old cry of irredeemable paper money, inflated unsecured greenbacks, rag baby, etc., for it will have all the security proposed for the Aldrich Plan currency and the direct guarantee of the government besides. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Melanie Young.
Section 22 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan, by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 19. The Legal Tender Joker. A new progressive party? Lawful money and legal tender defined. Government money versus corporate currency. The next great American monetary struggle is to be around the issue government money versus corporate currency. The report of the Monetary Commission has launched that issue in politics. The character and contents of its bill, introduced in Congress on January 8, 1912, precipitates the fight. A vital political question of the most grave importance cannot be kept out of politics just to accommodate and aid its bank and Wall Street promoters. The sly suggestion of Aldrich or the fiat of a president cannot prevent the greatest political question since the Civil War becoming a party question. No doubt the promoters of the Aldrich scheme desire in Congress and among the people to keep the 90% who are opposed to the measure divided between the parties until the 10% that never had any political principles, but plenty of legislative profits, as a balance of power can dicker and drive the bill through Congress. This is likely to be the leading issue in the campaign of 1912. It should be made so. We believe one, and probably both parties, ultimately will declare against the Aldrich scheme. If one party endorses the plan, the other party will win if it courageously fights the measure, and the whole pack of ravenous wolves concealed behind it. If the special interests succeed in their attempt to bully or buy the nomination of reactionary candidates by both parties, the great masses of the people will believe that those parties are mere bought and paid-for concubines of Wall Street, and no doubt will organize the National Progressive Party. Forced to form by such considerations of the highest duty and patriotism, such a party would attract to its standards the 90% of good men from both parties, North, South, East, and West, and in a whirlwind campaign of popular indignation and aroused sentiment, overwhelm Wall Street and all its allies, and win victory in the first contest. Such a union of all unselfish citizens would be a great national blessing and the best guarantee of a safe, conservative, orderly government for the Republic for all future time. The only alternative, the only hope for the people, the only way to preserve popular government in the Republic, if neither Republican or Democratic parties will resist the all-devouring interests and champion the people's cause in the impending struggle to keep their money free and preserve their financial liberty, will be for the patriots of all parties to unite and form a new party that will serve the people. Because the people politically are so evenly divided, a very small number, as a gypsy balance, of power swung back and forth, often has decided the fate of national elections and really ruled the Republic. In 1884, a change of less than 1,000 votes in New York defeated Blaine and elected Cleveland. Think of 1,000 thus ruling 10 million voters. President Harrison offended the banks and Wall Street by signing the Sherman Silver Purchasing Law of 1890 and by paying government bonds out of the enormous Treasury surplus instead of depositing the surplus in the banks without interest and extending the bonds so the banks could use them as a basis for bank note currency. Therefore, he was defeated, and Cleveland was elected in 1892 relatively by a few thousand votes in close states turned by the influence and political activity of the banks. The people do not realize that the national banking system always has been a vast, powerful, and alert nationwide political machine managed by Wall Street. Wall Street knows the value of thus throwing the election to one side and then to the other. It shows both parties the vital power of the interests under the electoral college system of choosing presidents, which should be abolished for the public good, and terrifies them into naming candidates acceptable to the interests, and tends to induce subsequent legislative and executive, if not judicial, subserviency to the will and pleasure of high finance. To a large extent, the people do not count. This is because politically they always play the game tug of war, one half pulling on one end and the rest on the other end. Wall Street and the big banks in the middle give a little push one way or the other, and thus decide the contest. Just how long the people will continue thus to be victimized is a question. This great money issue, on which their happiness and pocket interest so largely depends, may be the means of their political emancipation and cause party reorganization. The shadows cast by coming events already are in sight. The campaign of 1912 will be memorable and momentous. It may be the most sinister, corrupt, and desperate in all history, for the interests are desperately playing for big stakes. Legal tender quality of money. Part of Section 8, Article 1 of the United States Constitution, defining the powers of Congress, says, "To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standards of weights and measures. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States." Section 10. No state shall, ... coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, ... On page 24 of U.S. Treasury Circular No. 52, issued July 1, 1910, by the Treasury Department, it says, quote, "Legal tender qualities of United States money. There are 10 different kinds of money in circulation in the United States, namely, gold coin, standard silver dollars, subsidiary silver, gold certificates, silver certificates, Treasury notes issued under the Act of July 14, 1890, United States notes, also called greenbacks and legal tenders, national bank notes, and nickel and bronze coins. These forms of money are all available as circulation. While they do not all possess the full legal tender quality, each kind has such attributes as to give it currency. The status of each kind is as follows. Gold coin is legal tender at its nominal or face value for all debts, public and private, when not below standard weight and limit of tolerance prescribed by law. And when below such standard and limit of tolerance, it is legal tender in proportion to its weight. Standard silver dollars are legal tender at their nominal or face value in payment of all debts, public and private, without regard to amount, except where otherwise expressly stipulated in the contract. Subsidiary silver is legal tender for amount not exceeding $10 in any one payment. Treasury notes of the Act of July 14, 1890 are legal tender for all debts, public and private, except where otherwise expressly stipulated in the contract. United States notes, greenbacks or legal tenders, are legal tender for all debts, public and private, except duties on imports and interest on the public debt. Note A. United States notes upon resumption of specie payments, January 1, 1879, became acceptable in payment of duties on imports, and have been freely received on that account since the above date, but the law has not been changed. End note. Gold certificates, silver certificates, and national bank notes are not legal tender, but both classes of certificates are receivable for all public dues, while national bank notes are receivable for all public dues except duties on imports, and must be paid out by the government for all salaries and other debts and demands owing by the United States to individuals, corporations, and associations within the United States, except interest on the public debt and in redemption of the national currency. All national banks are required by law to receive the notes of other national banks at par. The minor coins of nickel and copper are legal tender to the extent of 25 cents. Foreign coins are not legal tender. Section 3584 of the Revised Statutes of the United States provides that no foreign coins shall be legal tender in the United States. End quote. Legal tender money is the only lawful money. It is the kind everybody must under the law accept when tendered in payment of any debt or purchase. There may be non-legal tender currency, like bank notes and gold certificates, mere optional currency used as a substitute for money. But this is good only so long as the other party does not care to refuse it. Gold is not money. If it was, then wedding rings, earrings, spoons, and other articles of gold would be money. Gold hidden by nature in the bowels of the earth is not money, nor is silver, copper, nickel, paper, or ink. These commodities all are used as substances on which to print or stamp the evidence of money. The parchment or paper is not a man's will. His will is his formed ideas or wishes. For convenience, safety, record, these wishes are written with ink on paper in due form. The document is called a will. So we call the paper or coin evidence money. The will of the man is his act of formal decision, and the will of Congress expressed in form of law is the thing that creates money. It is an act of sovereignty. It is the statute forcing its acceptance by the people, making it legal tender for the payment of debts, that breathes into those inanimate pieces of metal and paper the breath of life and vitalizes them into money. Without the statute, they would remain mere commodities, worth only their market price by weight. Gold has been enhanced above iron in value largely because law has singled it out and made it the standard or measure of value by weight, thus giving it special value by creating a fictitious, artificial demand. If every government should demonetize gold by repealing their laws making gold the monetary standard, the price of gold would go down to what the metal is worth in the arts as a mere commodity. The price would be very low, because so small a portion is required in the arts, and less would be used if gold should cease to be a precious metal. Because creating money is an act of sovereignty, a function of government exercised only by means of the will of the people as expressed in the law, the issuance of money should not be farmed out or delegated by the government to any private individual or corporation for private profit or advantage. And for the same reasons, this is true of any currency based on or issued under the authority of law to be used in place of or as a substitute for money. Law and all benefits thereunder must be impartial and general for the good of all the people, without special favor or discrimination. To by law of Congress grant to a private corporation owned by the banks a monopoly of issuing the currency, and by law forcing the people to use such corporate currency and to pay to get it whatever the corporation and the banks may exact, is a dangerous departure in government, likely to open the door to the granting of all kinds of special legislative profits and immunities to politically powerful special interests, while denying such privileges to the rest of the people. We are at the parting of the ways. This bill, if passed, will be the entering wedge opening the political Pandora box, and will permanently release 1,000 evils and dangers that since 1776 have been kept securely imprisoned by the Constitution and the law, through the wonderful foresight of the fathers or the kindly oversight of Providence. Under the law, the only lawful money is that which is a legal tender for the payment of all debts, public and private. It will never depreciate, but always remain equal in value with gold, because it can be used equally with gold in doing all the things for which money is required. This is reason, and it is history. Under Acts of July 17 and August 5, 1861, the government issued $50 million of paper currency called demand notes, and $10 million additional under Act of February 12, 1862, the first paper national currency ever issued by the government. The Act of March 17, 1862, made this currency full legal tender for all debts, public and private, except interest on the public debt. This provision kept these original greenbacks from depreciating, and they never were worth less than gold. But the banks and Wall Street financiers, as shown in another chapter, made such a fuss and brought such pressure on Congress that the $150 million greenbacks, U.S. notes issued under Act of February 25, 1862, $150 million under Act of July 11, 1862, and $150 million March 3, 1863, a total of $450 million, were by law made only a limited legal tender. The Act of February 25, 1862 said, quote, "And such notes herein authorized shall be receivable in payment of all taxes, internal duties, excises, debts, and demands of every kind due to the United States, except duties on imports, and of all claims and demands against the United States of every kind whatsoever, except for interest upon bonds or notes, which shall be paid in coin, and shall also be lawful money and a legal tender in payment of all debts public and private within the United States, except duties on imports and interest as aforesaid." End quote. The exception, refusing their use to pay interest on government bonds and notes, did little harm, because such interest then was relatively small. But when the government, by law, this exception, refused to accept its own money in payment of duties in imports, the principal source of revenue to the government, it denied the greenbacks the largest active market, and was official notice to the world that the currency was to be discriminated against even by the government issuing it. This exception, discrimination, and the use made thereof by Wall Street and the big banks in their manipulations, by which the government was forced to sell hundreds of millions of dollars of bonds for greenbacks at less than 50 cents on the dollar measured in gold, caused the rapid depreciation of this currency. And because the law required the government to accept the first $60 million of full legal tender greenbacks for duties on imports, not to pay interest on bonds and notes, such greenbacks never depreciated, although the $450 million of limited legal tenders once depreciated to about 35 cents on the dollar as measured in gold. Banknote currency depreciated to the same extent that the $450 million greenbacks did, and for the same reason. That is, because banknote currency was not legal tender money. This is further convincing evidence that the soundness of currency chiefly depends on its being made legal tender by law. Much of this information is from U.S. Treasury Department Circular No. 52, giving, quote, information respecting U.S. bonds, paper currency, coin, production of precious metals, etc., end quote, issued July 1, 1910. Readers are advised to get and read that public document. It can be obtained free on application to the Secretary of the Treasury, Washington, D.C., or anyway through a congressman or senator. Note pages 24, 27, 28, and 29 for the official facts above stated. If it is true that making government currency lawful money by a law making it full legal tender for all debts, public and private, will keep it always at par with gold, and that making it only a limited legal tender, or non-legal tender, may cause depreciation because of the discrimination, should not every dollar of currency issued under authority of any act of Congress be made in the interest of the people and the government's honor, a full legal tender for all debts, public and private? If not, why? There is no legitimate reason. What possible excuse is there for inflicting upon the people vast issues of banknote and gold certificate currency that under the law is not lawful money, but mere optional currency, utterly worthless for paying ordinary debts if the creditor cares to refuse to accept it? The whole wretched system has been fastened upon the country by the banks in their insane greed to discredit and keep down the volume and use of government money and increase the demand for bank credit loans and bank currency, from which banks derive a steady special profit. They have for 50 years used this legal tender joker and had it inserted in the laws of the land because the people did not understand its baneful character and subtle evil effect. And they have carried it to such length that only about 5% of all the currency in the hands of the people is legal tender lawful money, 95% being mere optional currency. It is time the people took matters into their own hands and drove the banks and Wall Street out of the temple of legislation and the executive departments of their government. Henceforth, every dollar of currency must be issued by the government and be a full legal tender in anybody's hands for the payment of a dollar's worth of debt anywhere at any time. There should be no let-up or compromise until every dollar outstanding under the authority of any law of the United States is of this high character and quality. National City Bank Letters. Following is a continuation of writer's correspondence with the National City Bank of New York from the chapter Confession of Wall Street. These letters are inserted here because they have special reference to the questions of legal tender and currency depreciation. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, November 26, 1911. The National City Bank, Wall Street, New York City. Gentlemen, I thank you for your reply of 24th instant to my recent letter and for the printed matter issued by you in support of the Aldrich Plan. I shall read the public addresses in advocacy of that plan made by your president with pleasure and profit. It seems to be important that all currency be maintained at par. We all remember the evils due to the depreciated Treasury notes or greenbacks during the Civil War. Were not they legal tender to an extent at least equal to the proposed currency to be issued by the National Reserve Association? They were issued by the government, and this currency, unless also backed by the credit of the government, will only be secured by this private association. Do you not think this may lead to a depreciated currency? The Aldrich Plan seems in all important essentials to be practically the same as the central bank plan originated some years ago, either by your bank or the New York Chamber of Commerce. Am I right in this comparison? Again thanking you, I am, very truly yours, signed Alfred O. Crozier. The National City Bank of New York, New York, November 29, 1911. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, replying to your favor of November 26th, we beg to say that you are undoubtedly right in your theory that the greenbacks issued during the Civil War were legal tender to practically the same extent as the currency it is proposed to permit the National Reserve Association to issue. We would, however, call to your attention the fact that the credit of the government back of the greenbacks was not sufficient to guard against depreciation in their value. It is hardly to be supposed, therefore, that placing the credit of the government back of the notes to be issued by the Reserve Association would entirely guard against the difficulty you fear. The authorities fully recognized the danger of the greenbacks in our monetary system, and in the Act of March 14, 1900, a greatly increased gold reserve was provided, and there was also inserted in that Act the provision that when the United States notes are presented at the Treasury Department for redemption, they must first be exchanged for gold before being reissued. Thus you will see that an attempt was made to place the gold stock in the reserve fund back of the greenbacks. If you will read paragraph 68 of the suggested plan for monetary legislation forwarded to you, you will see that it is therein provided that all note issues of the National Reserve Association must be covered to the extent of at least 1/3 by gold or other lawful money, and the remaining portion by bankable commercial paper, as herein defined, or obligations of the United States, but no notes shall be issued whenever the lawful money so held shall fall below 1/3 of the notes outstanding. You will thus see that your statement that such notes would be secured only by this private association is hardly correct. The notes will be secured by this reserve of lawful money to the extent of 1/3, and to the extent of the balance will be secured by commercial paper or government obligation. It would appear that the legal tender quality of the notes, backed by these ample provisions for reserve security back of them, would guard against any depreciation. We shall endeavor to procure and send to you a copy of the plan originated some years ago by the New York Chamber of Commerce. From this you will be able to make your own comparison with the plan now proposed by Senator Aldrich. There is undoubted similarity between the two plans, but we believe it is too much to say that they are practically the same, as Senator Aldrich has worked out, we believe, a much superior method of control of the proposed National Reserve Association than had been thought of at the time the New York Chamber of Commerce suggestion was made. We trust this satisfactorily answers your inquiry, and are, very truly yours, W. H. Tappan, Assistant Cashier. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, December 13, 1911. National City Bank, Wall Street, New York City. Gentlemen, returning hereafter in absence of some time, I find your valued favor of November 29, which I have read with interest and carefully considered. The integrity and soundness of all currency is so important to all of us, and the necessity of making no mistake in any system adopted so imperative, I am tempted to again trespass on your valuable time. You say that the Aldrich Plan currency will be legal tender to no greater extent than was the depreciated greenback of Civil War times, and that greenbacks depreciated in spite of the credit of the government being back of them. And you hold, if I understand correctly, that the proposed currency of a private corporation, secured only by a gold reserve of 1/3 and commercial paper of various private parties for 2/3 the par value of such currency, and without any obligation on the government to maintain such currency at par, will be safe and sound and likely always to be accepted by the people at par, as would a currency issued or backed by the federal government and secured by an adequate gold reserve. Is this your view? As I now recall, there was one issue of greenbacks amounting to $50 million put out during the Civil War that were by their terms and on their face a full legal tender for all purposes. Am I right in suggesting that these never depreciated like the other greenbacks that were only a limited legal tender, usable for all purposes except duties on imports and interest on the public debt? Were not those full legal tender greenbacks, with nothing behind them but the faith and credit of the government, the same as a government bond, always worth their face in gold coin, even when the limited legal tender greenbacks were worth about 35 cents on the dollar? If this is historically true, was it not the credit of the government that kept the full legal tenders at par, and the exception that caused the limited legal tenders to depreciate? And is there not danger of depreciation of limited legal tender currency issued by a private corporation without the faith and credit of the government being pledged to maintain it, even if secured by the relatively small gold reserve and commercial paper? Under the gold standard law you cite, 1900, was not the faith and credit of the government forever pledged to maintain at par with gold every dollar of the public currency? Will not the Aldrich Plan change that Gold Standard Act provision by authorizing an enormous paper currency, upwards of $1 billion of it, with no pledge or obligation by the government to maintain it at par with gold or at any figure at all? Are we not taking a dangerous leap into monetary darkness by this plan? Hoping I may be set right if I am wrong in these matters, and again thanking you, I am, very truly yours, signed Alfred O. Crozier. The National City Bank of New York. Capital $25 million. Surplus and undivided profits $25 million. New York, December 15, 1911. Mr. Alfred R. Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, acknowledging your favor of December 13th with reference to the Aldrich Plan, we note that you class the bank note and the greenback together. We believe that you will secure a broader view of the subject from an address recently delivered in Racine by Mr. Joseph T. Talbert. While this address does not cover all the questions raised with reference to the greenback, still it so clearly differentiates the position and function of the greenback and bank note that we believe it will be useful in clearing up doubts you seem to have with reference to this subject. We take pleasure in forwarding, under separate cover, a copy of this address, which we hope will reach you promptly. Yours very truly, signed, Thomas A. Reynolds, Assistant Cashier. Evidently the bank could not find or give any explanation that would aid the Aldrich Plan of the historic fact it could not controvert, that the first $50 million of legal tender greenbacks never depreciated, while the $450 million of limited legal tender greenbacks had depreciated. So the bank in its reply makes no answer to writer's letter on that vital matter, the most important question in the impending struggle, but refers him to the speech of Banker Talbert, Vice President of National Security Bank and Director of Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago, which on examination was found to say nothing whatever on that subject. Thus we find the biggest and greatest bank in the United States that commands the greatest expert financial minds in the country, and has, upon its directing board, representatives of all the powerful Wall Street interests that dominate the entire national banking system, the mammoth insurance companies, the railroads, and the trusts of the United States, actually unable or unwilling to attempt to explain why legal tender money did not depreciate, while limited legal tender currency badly depreciated. This is not criticism. It is evidence of good sense, the sudden retreat of the bank when it found the water getting too deep and it could not swim. The Aldrich Bill does not invest the proposed corporate currency with half the legal tender power enjoyed even by the $450 million of limited legal tender greenbacks that depreciated. It is not to be made lawful currency at all. It will not be a tender for the payment of ordinary debts between individuals. The Commission's Aldrich Bill reads, Section 53. The circulating notes of the National Reserve Association shall be received at par in payment of all taxes, excises, and other dues to the United States, and for all salaries and other debts and demands owing by the United States to individuals, firms, corporations, or associations, except obligations of the government which are by their terms specifically payable in gold, and for all debts due from one or by one bank or trust company to another, and for all obligations due to any bank or trust company. This is all there is on this subject in the bill. The corporate currency would not be a tender between individuals, or between any individual and any corporation other than banks and trust companies. It will be optional currency, not lawful money. Corporate currency should not be legal tender lawful money, because it would be forcing the people by law to accept the corporation currency for the exclusive profit and benefit of the corporation. That would be a wrongful use of law. The foundation is to be laid by the Aldrich Bill to work off on the people another $1 billion of currency, not lawful money, and it is said not to be guaranteed by the government, but be merely an obligation of a private corporation, the obligation or debts of which will aggregate ultimately more than 10 times its entire cash capital. No wonder the National City Bank hastily dropped the subject. In its letter of November 29, 1911, the bank itself cited the fact that greenbacks, even with the whole credit of the federal government behind them, and only $450 million outstanding, depreciated more than 50%. How then can it be expected that the National Reserve Association, with only $100 million of cash capital and perhaps $1 billion of liabilities, can, without any government guarantee or assistance, keep its $1 billion issue of currency from depreciation and at par? Especially so when it is not even made lawful money, or as much a legal tender as the government greenbacks that depreciated in spite of the support of the government, solely because they were not made full legal tender. It is a wildcat scheme, and it will be a wildcat corporate paper currency like that emitted by the banks and worked off on the people in vast quantities before the Civil War by confidence game methods. It is a reckless, dangerous experiment. The only possible reply is the proposed gold reserve of 33 1/3% required, but with no provision or penalty to enforce it. And if such a gold reserve will make safe and sound a vast issue of corporate paper currency that is not full legal tender and is only the obligation of a private corporation and not of the government, then why would not the same size gold reserve make safe and sound the same size issue of government currency that is a full legal tender for all debts public and private, and is backed by the entire faith, credit, taxing, and bonding power of the government of the greatest nation on earth? That's the conundrum. That is the one big question in all this controversy. The bank could feel it coming, so it flew the coop and escaped. But the people can and will answer the question that the bank dodged, for the reasoning is simple and plain, and the evidence is official, convincing, and conclusive. While they did not dare openly to propose it at first, either before the Aldrich Bill becomes law or by an amendment in after years, the government will be made liable for all currency issued by this corporation, will be made an accommodation endorser on the corporation's notes for $1 billion, even if it would not be obligated from the beginning under the statute heretofore cited. Absence of any provision in all the pending bill expressly stating that in no way shall the government be liable is significant. And the remarkable and conflicting letters from various members of the Monetary Commission and the big banks printed in preceding chapters give the whole thing a sinister appearance. End of section 22.
Section 23 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 20, Reorganizing the Money Supply. New system, government money secured by gold instead of unlimited optional corporate currency. On June 30th, 1911, there was in circulation $930,367,929 of gold certificates and $698,532,060 of banknote currency. Total, $1,628,899,989. This is over half of the $3,214,002,595 that comprised the entire stock of all kinds of money of the United States on that date in circulation, in the banks and in the Treasury. Yet not $1 of those vast issues of gold certificates and banknote currency is legal tender, lawful money. It is all mere optional currency that anybody can legally refuse when it is tendered in payment of an ordinary debt. There are cases where this has worked great wrong and hardship. One reported instance may be cited to illustrate. Some Western men had discovered and developed a valuable mine to a point where there was ore enough in sight to show to a certainty that the property was sound and of great value. They needed money to build a large plant and operate the property. They went to Wall Street. After careful investigation, the New York bankers agreed to furnish the money. Instead of joining in the deal, they put their money in as a loan, secured by mortgage on the mine. It was made a short-term mortgage. It came due before the plant could be finished and operated to make the mine yield enough to pay the debt. Payment was demanded, and the mortgage for about $150,000 foreclosed. The Western men finally raised the money elsewhere, and on the last day of redemption, tendered it to the sheriff in settlement. The Eastern lawyer representing the Wall Street people found that considerable of the $150,000 was gold certificates and some banknote currency. These not being lawful money, he refused the tender and demanded payment in lawful money. There was then no time to go from the distant country to a bank in a large city to get the necessary gold or greenbacks, the lawful money. The Western men thus were robbed of their property, and the rich Wall Street sharpers got it, as was their aim from the beginning, for a mere fraction of its value. The legal tender joker in the law enabled them to do it legally. Few people know that bank currency is not legal tender, and not 1 in 10,000 understand that gold certificates with 100% in gold deposited in the Treasury are mere warehouse receipts instead of lawful money, and are useless whenever the other party cares to refuse them. The bankers who got this joker grafted into the laws know, but the masses of the people are kept ignorant of these matters so vital to their interests and welfare. It is a shameless fraud upon the people to which the government has been made a guilty party. Very little gold or greenbacks are in the hands of the people. This lawful money is largely kept by the banks in their lawful money legal reserves. It has been estimated that of all the money in actual circulation among the people, only about 5% is lawful money, the other 95% being mere optional paper currency. And now the Aldrich Plan would authorize a vast unlimited volume of corporate currency, not guaranteed at all by the government, to be worked off on the people by the banks in the shape of payrolls and otherwise, not $1 of which will be legal tender lawful money, all being only optional corporate currency. It is time for the people to call a halt on all this unfair and injurious juggling of their money supply and its debt-paying qualities, done by the banks for their profit and advantage, done to discredit and handicap government currency, the people's own money, in the interest of corporate bank currency. If present public officials are faithless and will not give relief and protection to the people against the soulless rapacity and greed of the special interests, the people should make it their first business to choose new and honest public servants. There is no matter more vital to the happiness and pocket of every man, whether he carries a dinner pail or rides in his automobile. Now that the banks have raised the question and forced the issue upon the country, the people should demand and see that it is settled right. Except the coined metaled money, every dollar of outstanding currency, government, and banknote should be gradually replaced with just one kind of government currency, issued in convenient denominations. Every dollar shall be lawful money, full legal tender for all debts, public and private, redeemable in gold, secured by an adequate reserve of gold, and guaranteed, the same as bonds, by the whole faith and credit of the government of the United States. This is the only practicable course if Congress, the government, is to be fair and honest with the people. The $1,163,901,183.56 of gold in possession of the Federal Treasury June 30th, 1911, is sufficient if this suggested monetary revision is adopted to constitute a 50% reserve of gold to secure an issue of $2,327,802,366 of legal tender government paper currency. This is more than enough to replace the $930,367,929 of gold certificates, $698,532,060 of banknote currency, and $346,681,016 of United States notes or greenbacks, which together amount only to $1,975,581,005. The promoters of the Aldrich Plan cannot question the adequacy of a 50% gold reserve or the soundness of such a government currency, for that is all they propose to secure, a vast paper currency to be emitted by a private corporation without any government guarantee. In fact, the data supplied by the Monetary Commission attempted to show that by the experience of Europe, a gold reserve of 33 1/3% is ample security for an issue of currency, and the bill of the Commission now pending in Congress permits the Reserve Association to run its gold reserve down to 33 1/3%. And this 33 1/3% reserve can be all greenbacks without $1 of actual gold. If that is safe for a corporation, surely it is for the government, with all its unlimited taxing power, splendid credit, vast resources, and power to issue bonds to buy gold without restriction or limit under the Gold Standard Act of March 14, 1900. So without buying another dollar of gold, using only what the government now possesses, $1,163,901,183, not in circulation but in the hands of the Treasury, a total legal tender government currency amounting to $3,491,703,529 would be possible without the gold reserve falling below 33 1/3%. This is more paper currency probably than the government will require during the next 40 years. And when it needs more, the government can get all the gold it wants as the world's gold production goes on increasing each year simply by issuing its redeemable gold-secured, government-guaranteed, full legal tender, lawful money circulating notes or currency to pay for same. And each dollar of gold so bought safely can be made the basis for $2 or $3 of additional government currency. It is well always to keep in mind that one of the chief objects in forming this great bank trust, this vast money combine, is to corner and so regulate the supply of money and credit that incorporated wealth will get all and the people none of the benefit due to the providential increase in the world's gold production. If increase of gold increases the prices of property and labor, it will be offset by a general increase of interest rates when loanable funds are all under one central control with no serious competition for big loans. And if later a falling gold production decreases the prices of all property and labor, interest rates arbitrarily can be kept high and thus automatically increase the value of all bond wealth measured in property or labor. This splendid volume of $930,367,929 of gold certificate currency and the equal amount of gold in the Treasury securing the same all cost the government practically nothing, only the nominal cost of coinage. Miners and other owners of gold bullion for sale simply deposited their gold at the government's assay offices or the 3 mints, and the gold was paid for with U.S. gold certificates. This automatically increased the government's stock of gold, expanded the volume of the public currency, and put the gold currency into general circulation. A gold certificate is the government's promise to pay back, on demand, an equal amount of gold. But the miner does not want his gold back. He wanted to market his gold production, and he has more to sell each year. He never will ask for a return of the gold. All he wanted was his pay in something he could use as money at par for deposit in the bank, or to pay his workmen for mining more gold. He puts the gold certificates into circulation. They are payable to bearer. They are used as money. Anybody can present them for redemption and get their face in gold coin, but usually no one wants the gold. The paper certificates are more convenient. Holders only want to know that they could get gold if they desired, or that the currency is sound and worth par. Usually, it is only when actual gold is required to settle some international balance that gold certificates are presented for redemption. A very small proportion are presented and the actual gold demanded. The quantity of money has increased faster than population. The per capita circulation was 1862, $10.23. 1865, $20.58. 1878, $15.32. 1880, $22.88. 1898, $25.19. 1900, $26.93. 1908, $34.72. 1910, $34.33. Of the United States gold production of $96,269,100 in 1911, $33,756,546 was used in the arts, and $62,512,546 for monetary purposes. As original deposits of gold made with the Treasury in 1911, for which gold certificates were given in payment, amounted to $175,383,090, it will be seen that much gold came from abroad, nearly 2/3. The $485,604,000 excess of exports over imports explains this. Although the Act of March 3, 1863, authorized this receipt of gold and issuance of gold certificates, on July 1, 1889, there was only $154,048,552 of gold certificates outstanding, or less than last year's net increase. With this big international trade balance in our favor, hundreds of millions annually, all settled with gold, there should be no doubt of the government having ample gold to protect all the government currency needed to replace all forms of paper currency. It is an unanswerable example, this creation of $930,367,929 of government paper currency, gold certificates secured by a 100% gold reserve obtained practically without expense to the government, all of it except $154,048,552 since 1889. If the gold reserve basis, instead of being 100%, had been 50%, the gold paper currency, instead of being $930,367,929, would be $1,860,735,858. If the gold reserve basis had been 33 1/3%, gold paper currency now would be $2,791,103,787. So there can be no question as to the soundness of the proposed gold secured government currency or the sufficiency of the supply of gold to protect the same. The only remaining question is the danger of overinflation. This would not affect the soundness of the currency because that is insured by the government guarantee and the gold reserve. The banks and the Monetary Commission concede this, but the banks are afraid that if the government controls the issuance and volume of money, the people sometime may induce it to issue so much that the people will do more business on a cash basis and less with credit bought from banks. And Wall Street and its foreign clients are afraid that increase of government currency will tend to decrease the demand for gold and the value of bonds payable in gold, or, in other words, increase the price of securities, except gold bonds, property and labor as measured in gold. So Wall Street, the Rothschilds, and the banks are unwilling to trust the people and government of the United States to run their own affairs in a sane and rational manner, and propose by the Aldrich Plan that the government abdicate and turn the whole thing over to the banks to be run for the benefit and profit of the banks, Wall Street, and the Rothschilds, instead of the people of the United States. They want their private corporation appointed receiver or guardian of the Republic. But the people know that there is far greater danger from excessive contraction of the currency if the banks control than there is from excessive expansion if the government of the Republic continues to exercise its constitutional functions in the manner. So the people must stay in the saddle and keep control through their government of the power to regulate the volume of the public currency, their money supply. It would be suicide to do otherwise. We should remember that inflation of bank credit has the same effect as inflation of the currency. It would be more sensible for the government to grant to a private corporation, for its profit, a monopoly of issuing and fixing the price and quantity of all postage stamps than to grant private control of the public currency. Wall Street and the banks carefully laid a trap for the people and now have walked into it themselves. To obtain a corporation currency under private control, they have openly committed themselves so that they cannot oppose a government currency of the kind herein proposed without making themselves ridiculous. This is what we have long waited for, and the people should not delay in pressing their advantage and opportunity to get an adequate and sound public currency under government control. It is only necessary to pass a simple act, making all gold certificates a full legal tender to make them as valuable to the people for paying debts as they were, by Special Act of 1907, made to the banks for legal reserve purposes. And as gold certificates come back to the government in payment of duties and taxes, they can be canceled and new national currency issued in their place on a 50% gold reserve basis. As this currency gradually expands at the 2-for-1 ratio, banknote currency can be gradually called in and canceled, and the government bonds be paid off out of any available surplus. The transition will be easy and natural and do no harm or injury to the legitimate interests of the banks or anyone else. The law can fix the gold reserve basis as 50%, with an emergency provision by which the volume of currency can be suddenly expanded to a 33.33% gold reserve basis. This emergency issue to be loaned to the banks only at such rates as will ensure its prompt return to the government when the emergency is passed. This would keep an extra emergency currency always available and ready, amounting to more than $1 billion. The first $200 million, enough to move the annual crop, could be furnished during crop marketing at moderate rates, the balance at emergency rates. This plan would guard against the danger of panics far better than the Aldrich Plan. It would not be giving private interests power by excessive contraction to cause panics, and it would do much to prevent panics altogether by helping to remove the causes of panics. Providence truly has shaped events to make it possible for the people to now free themselves from the present expensive and dangerous bank and Wall Street domination of their money supply. Every condition is right, and the time is ripe. A definite plan is suggested in the next chapter. The change can be made by one simple act of Congress, and with practically no expense to the government. This is because the government right now has ample gold to make the change. It will make it possible for the government ultimately to save nearly $10 million now going as profits to the banks, and about $20 million interest on the public debt every year, and it will obtain from the banks a handsome annual revenue by charging the banks a fair and reasonable price for the use of government currency for their cash reserves and to put into circulation among the people. There can be no opposition to this alternative plan by any man who has faith in the soberness and soundness of the government of the Republic, unless that man is a banker or financier seeking unjustly and improperly to use the powers and laws of government for his private profit and special advantage. On the other hand, if the Aldrich Bill becomes law, the government will be firmly obligated to pay out $1,485,024,050 just for interest on the $963,349,390 of 2% government bonds which the measure refunds for 50 years at 3%. End of Chapter 20. Section 24 of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 21, United States Monetary Council. A new currency and banking plan. Instead of the Aldrich Plan for a private central bank named National Reserve Association, it is suggested that Congress create a responsible public institution to be called United States Monetary Council, with original, exclusive, and supreme authority for the government over all monetary and banking matters. It shall not be a mere commission or board, but a new, distinct, and separate coordinate or subsidiary branch of the government with the same control over its delegated functions that the legislative, executive, and judicial departments possess over their respective functions. To that end, subject to such modification of details as may appear wise, it is proposed, 1. The United States Monetary Council shall be created by act of Congress, and afterwards made permanent by amendment to the Constitution. It shall be a new, distinct, coordinate, or subsidiary branch of the government with original, exclusive, and supreme authority over all matters within the functions expressly delegated by the creating legislative act. Congress shall have the same control over such council as it has over the executive and judicial departments, and no more. The Council shall have original, exclusive, and supreme control for the government of all monetary and banking matters, and such other things as at any time may be expressly delegated to it by act of Congress. 2. The Council shall consist of 75 members called governors, a majority being a quorum, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Vice President, Speaker of the House, Secretary of the Treasury, and Secretary of Commerce and Labor shall be ex officio members, each having power to appoint an alternate to act in his stead at any meeting. The other 70 to be appointed by the President, one on the mandatory nomination of the Governor, or vote of the people of each state without confirmation, the other 22 by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. The term shall be 4 years, the appointed members to be so arranged that 1/2 of those nominated by states and 1/2 of those confirmed by the Senate will go out of office each 2 years, the President in the same manner appointing their successors and filling any vacancies. Impeachment for cause by the Council shall lie against any governor or elected officer of the Council. By majority vote, the people of any state may recall its representative and substitute another governor. As the National City Bank has 24 directors, National Bank of Commerce 40, Continental and Commercial National 44, total 108, and the proposed National Reserve Association would have 46, it would appear that 75 is a reasonable membership for the United States Monetary Council, representing the whole country. This plan will ensure against any politics or partisanship in the operations of the Council, because both parties always will have influential members on the inside, ready instantly to block by publicity any attempt improperly to use the powers of the Council. It is a complete guard against Wall Street influences. This plan also ensures to every state representation and fair treatment, and will gain for the Council and its acts general public confidence, and thus establish a sound, stable, permanent, and elastic system of banking and currency adapted to the changing needs of the country. This deliberative and responsible public body will forever protect the country and its business against the panic-inciting and dangerous evils of excessive currency and credit inflation and contraction. It would make panics impossible. 3. The Council, from its membership, shall elect 4 persons by open ballot to serve for 1, 2, 3, and 4 years respectively, the one having the shortest time to serve to be president, and the 3 others vice presidents. A new vice president to so serve 4 years shall be similarly elected each year. The Council shall appoint the Comptroller of the Currency and such other officers, agents, and employees as it may deem best, and all standing and special committees, and shall have power to dismiss any appointee. It shall fix the salaries of all elected officers and appointees, same to be paid out of funds controlled by the Council. But the salaries or compensation of governors shall be specified in the Act of Congress creating the Council, and paid out of funds controlled by the Council. It is suggested that the position be largely honorary, without salary, each governor receiving, say, $25 per day, while necessarily absent from his home and his actual railroad fare. This would divorce the positions from the scramble for political spoils and command from each state a man of the highest character and standing who would serve as a patriotic duty and for the dignity and high honor conferred. 4. The Executive Committee shall consist of 15 members. The President and 3 Vice Presidents of the Council and the Comptroller of the Currency shall be ex officio members. The other 10 to be appointed by the Council from among its members or otherwise. These 10 should be trained and experienced financial experts of the highest standing and character, paid whatever their valuable services may be worth. The routine affairs of the Council and its branches all shall be under the management of the Executive Committee, subject to the supervision of the Council and its committees and under its rules, regulations, and bylaws, which Council is authorized to adopt, alter, or repeal, same to be not inconsistent with law or the act creating the Council. This guarantees careful, efficient, and intelligent business management of the highest order. 5. The regular annual session of the Council shall be in February at Washington, D.C., which shall be the headquarters of the Council. Other sessions can be held quarterly or only on call. Branches established in various parts of the country for business convenience shall be organized by the Executive Committee on plans approved by Council. 6. Every governor, officer, appointee, agent, or employee of the Council, or person acting under its authority, shall be selected because of special fitness, without regard to their political views, be deemed public officials, and shall take the usual oath of office required by law. And before the annual meeting each year, every such elected officer, appointee, agent, and employee shall file with the Council his written declaration under oath, stating that during his service he has not willfully or knowingly violated his oath of office, and to the best of his knowledge and belief always has in everything been faithful to his duties and public trust. Any false declaration shall be made perjury, punishable under the criminal statutes. Any attempt improperly to use the powers or functions of the Council by any person charged with the exercise of any of such powers or functions, and any attempt by any person to induce such improper use of such powers or functions, shall under the penal statutes be made a crime severely punishable by fine or imprisonment or both. 7. The Council shall have full, exclusive, and supreme control of the issuance and disposition of all coin and public currency, but every dollar shall be full legal tender for all debts, public and private, redeemable at par on demand, in gold when required, secured by a gold reserve of at least 33 1/3%. Council may put such currency into circulation through national and state banks and trust companies on such terms, security, and conditions as it may from time to time prescribe, same to be impartial and uniform throughout the United States, and so far as practicable, in accordance with general regulations formally adopted and publicly announced by the Council. It may create a general discount market and rediscount for such banks and trust companies first-class commercial paper under proper safeguards, fixing from time to time its general uniform rate of discount, using for such purposes its currency and the deposits made with the Council by the banks and trust companies and the government, which shall be Council's only depositors. The government shall deposit all public moneys with the Council and make all its disbursements through the Council. The Council will not be a bank and shall not do general banking business in competition with banks. Every national bank and every participating state bank or trust company shall deposit with Council all of its legal cash reserves, not kept in its own vaults, and in any event at least 2/3 of its required legal reserve, the legal cash reserve of all such banks to be by law reduced to a minimum of 12% of their total deposit liabilities. Banks may sell drafts against this central deposit instead of New York drafts. The interest to be allowed to the government and the banks on deposits, if any, and charged for currency and rediscounting are factors likely to change with changing conditions from time to time, and safely can be left to the wise judgment and discretion of Council and its experienced Executive Committee to be always adjusted on a fair business basis with reason and justice in the light of all circumstances then existing and by rule of the square deal. The Council will be entirely self-supporting, and also will furnish to the public treasury a very large and steady revenue, easily obtained without any unfair burden to business or the banks, paid in return for the invaluable service and protection rendered by the Council, and for the valuable immunities and privileges conferred by law upon banks, under which they have a monopoly of the right to receive deposits, and to loan at interest their mere credit to an amount averaging 10 times their net cash assets. As the government and its laws make this possible, the banks should pay to the government whatever such privileges reasonably are worth to the banks. Any private business would be ruined by such unbusinesslike practices as the turning over of hundreds of millions of government money to the banks absolutely free or for a nominal 1%. The Council will put the matter on a business basis. This Council plan and its branches puts each city on equal footing, breaks the financial monopoly of New York, takes bank cash reserves out of Wall Street, mobilizes them in one central reservoir, there to be always ready for instant use to extinguish a financial conflagration occurring in any part of the country, and for constant daily use in all parts of the United States where required by the ever-fluctuating demands of business. Genuine and safe elasticity of the currency, made to automatically respond to the rise and fall of the volume of trade and commerce and the marketing of crops, without danger of arbitrary manipulation for selfish purposes, would thus be firmly and permanently established. With all its powers, Wall Street then could not cause general panic or endanger the banks anywhere in the country with fatal runs by frightened depositors. Every bank is left free and independent, and yet the resources of 240,392 banks and of the federal government are combined through the Council for the protection of each bank, depositors, business borrowers, and the public generally. A panic, then, would be harmless. 8. Council shall maintain the gold standard in accordance with the Act of March 14, 1900, and a gold reserve of not less than 33 1/3% of all government paper currency of every kind in actual circulation outside of the public treasury and council, gradually retiring all banknote currency, greenbacks, and gold and silver certificates, substituting the uniform, full legal tender, redeemable, gold-secured, national currency proposed by this plan. It shall have power to acquire at par from the banks 2% U.S. bonds used as a basis of circulation as the banknote currency is retired, paying for same with such new public national currency. This, in time, would extinguish the entire interest-bearing public debt, $963,340,390, with non-interest-bearing currency, without materially increasing the volume of public currency. In this way, the government would save the $1,485,024,050 of future bond interest imposed by the 50-year refunding scheme of the Aldrich Plan, and $963,349,390, the amount of outstanding 2% bonds to be exchanged for currency. Total, $2,448,373,440. Also, the millions of currency burned or destroyed by other accident, the benefit from which under the Aldrich Plan would go to the banks. And the government also would get pay for use of its surplus revenues. It shall be lawful for any holder of national currency to present same and demand the actual gold for any legitimate business objects, but organized raids upon the public gold reserves made for the purpose of embarrassing the government or forcing the issuing of government bonds shall be made a felony punishable by a fine equal to the amount of the currency presented for redemption for such purpose, and by imprisonment not more than 10 years. It is even more important thus to protect the government against criminal raids than it is to protect banks, as some states by law do, against artificial runs. 9. Council shall have exclusive control of the regulation of banks and may make, alter, or rescind any rules and regulations for such purpose, not inconsistent with law, that it may deem necessary. And to aid in making such regulation more effective in the interest of depositors and the public, Congress shall so amend the National Bank Act that suitable criminal penalties will be imposed upon bank officials and directors who knowingly violate the law, including punishment of any bank official for accepting or demanding any commission on loans made or securities bought by his bank, or practicing discrimination between customers in the matter of interest paid on deposits, or charged for loans or other service rendered by the bank, or for directly or indirectly charging a greater rate of interest than 6% per annum on any kind of loan or discount, or for making or calling any loan with the object of extortion, or forcing the sale of pledged securities or property, or the manipulation of the quotation prices of any security listed on any stock exchange. This would stop the scandal of the use of the banks and people's deposits for unfair stock market manipulations, and of 10, 50, 100, and 1,000% interest on call loans paid to entice the money of the whole country away from legitimate business and into Wall Street gambling. National banks, so prohibited, would in their own interest force the passage of state laws to stop state banks and trust companies charging over 6% on either time or call loans, or practicing discriminations between customers, or the other evils thus made unlawful. This is designed to establish a general condition of obedience to law, common honesty, and the square deal in the world of banking. 10. This plan, or some modification thereof, is the only possible way to create a bigger and stronger financial power than that now possessed by Wall Street, and no time should be lost because Wall Street each day is getting stronger. It would break the stranglehold the special interests now have on the entire banking capital of the country, and through the banks upon all business, and divorce the entire banking system, state and national, from Wall Street, by at one stroke making the banks independent of Wall Street and dependent for safety and currency upon the deliberate, dignified, independent, impartial, law-controlled public institution operating in the open instead of in secret, granting as a legal right instead of a bartered favor the service and privileges of the council to each bank direct without discrimination or favoritism. This is the only way to give all the people the benefit due to increase of general wealth, regulate rates of interest, the price of money and credit, by preserving and protecting free competition for loans between separated and independent banks. Instead of destroying competition and establishing complete bank and money monopoly by act of Congress, as proposed by the Aldrich Plan. This is the only way to curb or destroy the excessive, growing, and dangerous financial, industrial, and political despotism of high finance, emancipate the banks and all business from the multiplying and intolerable evils of the present, and reestablish industrial liberty and financial freedom in the Republic. A banking and monetary reform consummated on these lines would be a great and lasting national blessing, second only to the Constitution of the United States. 11. This council plan is in line with the rising spirit of the hour that seeks at all hazard to preserve popular government by maintaining or increasing direct control by the people over their own affairs and welfare. The Aldrich Plan is the direct contrary. It deprives the people, and even their government, of any effective voice, control, regulation, or restraint over the private corporation that would monopolize their entire money supply and possess powers that can be used to make or break the business welfare of every individual and corporation and the prosperity of the nation. At the very moment when the whole power of government is being exerted to regulate and restrain lawful combines and destroy lawless trusts, the Aldrich Bill boldly proposes that Congress actually legalize a great money combine, a trust of the trusts. Shall the public currency forever be controlled by a council with the source of power in the people, or by a private corporation with the people and government eliminated and the source of power exclusively in the beneficiary banks? Is it to be Aldrich's National Reserve Association or the People's United States Monetary Council? Shall it be an unrestrained private central bank or a law-controlled public institution? The Aldrich Bill actually is pending now. Congress soon will decide. The people without delay should make their will known. They should require every candidate for president and Congress to publicly pledge himself. Take no man high or low for granted. Both parties should take a position for or against. This must be made the chief issue of the 1912 campaign. It is the only safe course for the people. Shall it be United States money or private corporation currency? End of chapter 21.
Section 25 of U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan, by Alfred Owen Crozier. Chapter 22. The Octopus. Coming Incorporated Money Monster. See frontispiece. The American Experience Table of Mortality is about 50 years old. It was based on conditions that prevailed a half-century ago. It was devised by a big insurance company that arbitrarily loaded same for its greater safety and profit with figures about one-third higher than actual experience. The figures have not changed. Improved sanitation and knowledge have reduced the average death rate. The actual combined experience table of mortality of the large life insurance companies is about one-third lower than the American table. But the American table has been permanently grafted into the statutes of most states and long has been used as the basis for settling estates, computing the value of dower, life estates of widows, children, and men, and the amount of damages in personal injury cases. If the true expectancy of life at the stated age is in fact a third longer than that in the statute, great injustice is done. Writer has verified the above facts with the opinion of an actuary of one of the largest old-line life insurance companies. Insurance has become a great public necessity. Rates should be equitable and administration honest, impartial, and strictly for the good of policyholders and the public. The highest and most compelling motives have induced millions of people to become regular annual contributors to these funds for the protection of future widows and orphans. Once they start, they must go on steadily or pay higher rates and perhaps through ill health be unable to get new insurance at all. The old line companies now have over $16 billion of insurance in force. Their annual income is increased from $187,424,959 in 1890 to $392,358,741 in 1900 to $703,920,542 in 1910, a sum larger than the $701,372,374 that comprised the entire receipts of the federal government in 1911. The Equitable, Mutual Life, New York Life, Prudential, and Metropolitan, 5 big companies controlled by Wall Street, have $9 billion of insurance, 60% of the total, 6,220,036 policies in force. A combined yearly income of $329,176,873 and $2,236,632,312 of assets. The assets of these 5 companies exceed in value the aggregate capital stock of the 7,331 national banks and the entire national debt combined. Every dollar of this immense fund has been paid in as premiums by the people. The total disbursements for all purposes made in 1910 out of the $703,920,542 of income was only $488,781,352, leaving $215,139,190 or nearly one-third to compound and accumulate. And every year, this unused fund is getting larger. If it continues to increase at past ratio, it will take less than 10 years to draw into this idle insurance fund an amount equal to all money in circulation. Premiums are based on the spurious American table. This collection of a third more than currently needed tends to pile up in Wall Street a vast and increasing portion of the savings and wealth of the people, except that part used for losses and dividends. These dangerously swollen funds are largely under the control of the big interests that dominate the railroads, trusts, large banks, and trust companies, and with the aid of these deposit funds manipulate the stock market and its nearly 30 billions of invested securities for the private gain and great loss of the public that owns these vast insurance and bank deposits. The law now prohibits insurance companies investing these trust funds in stocks, but it is said that millions of dollars instead of being invested in proper bonds and real estate loans are merely deposited in favored banks, thus increasing the loaning power of such banks at least 400% more than the cash so deposited. These loans often being made to the trusts and big stock market operators at nominal interest rates and being used against the public in the frequent bull and bear campaigns. January 1, 1911, the above 5 companies had on deposit in banks and trust companies $35,243,070 in cash, which increased the loaning power of such banks more than $250 million. More than any other agency, life insurance and its excessive premiums, computed by a false table, have helped to make Wall Street the universal money mecca toward which every one of the 3 billion nimble dollars in the United States seems possessed to make its annual pilgrimage of devotion and tribute. Fire insurance companies have over $500 million of accumulated assets and $295,644,715 annual income. Casualty and surety companies help swell the grand total of yearly insurance income to more than $1 billion. This exceeds the national debt. It is greater than the combined capital stock of the 7,331 national banks. If 1 year's insurance receipts was converted into $1 bills, 4 of them could be given to every man, woman, and child in the United States, and there would be enough left so that, if sewed together end to end, they would be long enough to go around the world once at the equator and again by way of the North and South poles. Other potent agencies conspire to ever increase the golden flood that constantly sweeps into Wall Street from every part of the country. The Bell telephone system, now ruled from New York, has a capitalization of $580 million and $53,600,000 cash of liquid assets. It has 5,882,719 stations, handling 22,284,010 messages daily. With 120,311 employees, it controls the Western Union Telegraph with 24,926 offices and $144,264,443 capitalization. The Postal Telegraph also has large business and revenues. The 4 big express companies controlled by Wall Street collect more than $100 million every year, paying 14% to 54% annual dividends. They keep in their treasuries more than $70 million. The United States Steel Corporation has $508,302,500 common stock, $369,281,100 7% preferred, and $596,351,867 of 5% bonds. Total $1,464,935,467. Its net profits made in 10 years exceed $1 billion. It gathers and draws into Wall Street every year an enormous volume of money. It keeps on deposit in banks at least $75 million cash. The Tobacco Trust is said to have $20 million cash on hand, and other trusts a greater or less amount. The Standard Oil interests no doubt command and draw to Wall Street more money than any other trust because they are in one way or another interested in and taking profits from so many different kinds of enterprises. If, as reported, their actual net profits approximate $100 million every 12 months, as much as the average annual net profits of the Steel Trust, then each 10 years this will add to $1 billion to their liquid capital and wealth. In fact, the compounding of interest and excessive profits from multiplying investments and huge speculations made doubly successful and certain because of the command of unlimited bank capital and bank credit may add $1 billion to their resources in 5 to 8 years, and another $1 billion each succeeding like period, the time constantly shortened as profits and capital increase at compound ratio. If these interests continue their policy of buying up control of the banks in various parts of the country and thus acquire complete control of the proposed National Reserve Association with its limitless powers, the time surely will come when these interests and their allies will be able to clear $1 billion a year and possibly several times that ultimately, every dollar of which will be paid by the businessmen and producers of the United States. And the evidence is abundant and conclusive that the Aldrich Plan was originated and is being promoted by the Standard Oil interests and their local and foreign affiliations. The capitalization of the industrial combines grew, 1819 to 1908, from $3,784,000,000 to $31,672,000,000. This astonishing development has its headquarters in Wall Street, to which a large portion of the cash revenues are set. Trust growth has injected new problems into American life. These must be met and solved. It will require patience, wisdom, and courage to eliminate the bad and preserve the good, to exterminate the rats without burning the barn. There is little objection to the combinations being big. Big instrumentalities are required to accomplish big things, in a big country with big resources and big-minded, ambitious men, and these instruments must be in corporate form. No individual could supply all the capital. In a co-partnership, each partner is liable without limit for joint debts. In an ordinary corporation, a stockholder is liable only for the amount he has invested. The almost universal incorporation of industry is due to the desire for permanency and to limit individual liability. A corporation's life, unlike the human, is not liable any day to end. Practically speaking, a corporation is immortal, yet it has no soul. The general incorporation of all business tends to eliminate much of the personal or human element, substituting an inanimate, driving, everlasting, heartless machine with matter-of-fact cogs and wheels and levers and cold metallic, selfish, sordid, and in its operations often criminal. There is but one way to put a soul into a corporation. If the law will impose adequate fine and imprisonment upon each consenting officer and director, whenever their corporation does an illegal or improper act, the whole attitude of the corporations toward the public and their entire course of business will be changed and improved, and more than half of all corporate evils and abuses instantly will disappear. It is wholly impractical for government to fix the prices of numberless trust products. It would quickly lead to government regulation of wages, general government ownership, and Operation State Socialism. Nor can trusts be left free to extort excessive prices from people with the power of monopoly. There is a middle course, simple, easy, practicable, and just to both the corporations and public. Congress has power to regulate or suppress corporations engaging in interstate commerce that become or attempt to become monopolies, or even partial monopolies. It should, by law, take from such corporations every special advantage and profit obtained through the use of power of monopoly. All excessive profits due to monopoly should be confiscated by law and returned to the people through the public treasury. Trusts by law must be divorced from each other, from railroads, banks, Wall Street, and politics. If this is done thoroughly and honestly, trusts can be made a blessing to the country. If this is not done, trusts must be exterminated. But the biggest trust problem and the greatest trust evil is the growing and dangerous monopoly of all money and bank credit by a few Wall Street men, and the Aldrich Bill would increase this evil and danger 1,000-fold. Death always has been the chief means for redistributing wealth and preventing dangerous accumulations in the hands of individuals and families. The highest public policy demands the dissolution and scattering of excessive fortunes. The English plan of the oldest son inheriting all is made unlawful here. It was thus hoped to prevent swollen fortunes. But by will and trustee methods, this policy is being defeated. And unless great care is exercised, the perpetual corporation will be used as the means for perpetuating these giant fortunes, a victory over death and the laws of nature, and they will go on growing in size and power until they rule the government or destroy it altogether. Incorporated wealth is the greatest danger of this age. The railroads annually gather vast sums, much of which goes through Wall Street, because that is the location of the principal financial office of each system. They now have 239,991 miles of track, 1,699,420 employees, with 8 million dependents, aggregate capital stock, $8,380,819,190, and bonds $9,600,632,906. Total $17,981,454,096. And collect as gross earnings each year the enormous sum of $2,804,580,939. If all of this was sent to New York, and in cash the railroads annually would gather up and ship to Wall Street every dollar of money in the United States outside of the Treasury, including all actual money in the 24,302 banks of the country. Many railroads have vast accumulations of cash assets, deposited in favored banks, controlled by big financial interests that dominate the roads. Some lines have $30 million to $60 million of cash or liquid assets. Each million so deposited in New York banks, where the legal cash reserve is 25%, enables the bank to increase its credit loans $4 million. If the million deposited in a country bank, where the reserve is 15%, or an estate or trust company, and 3/5 of it then is redeposited by the outside bank in a Wall Street bank, all of which can be done in one day, that $1 million forms the legal cash basis for about $10 million of extra credit loans by their cooperating banks. The stock exchange is the chief instrument used by high finance for despoiling wholesale the people of the entire country. It hides the character of the transactions and the identity of the parties. It bids up the interest on call loans and thus sucks out of the banks of the country and into Wall Street untold millions seeking usury. It causes the public each year a direct loss of more than $1 billion by methods that might fill the prisons with high financiers, but for the fact that New York, for a liberal share of the ill-gotten gains, shields the guilty and licenses or tolerates these crimes against her sister states and the nation. Serious are the above described conditions by practices of the allied banks may constitute a bigger evil and their combined power a greater danger. This because of their countrywide organization, perfect machinery, political influence and activity, control of a large portion of the ready cash, and monopoly of the vastly larger volumes of bank credit. All business, individual, and corporate, more or less, is dependent always, or at certain periods, upon banks. It cannot prosper without bank assistance, because gradually business has worked away from the cash basis, and now 95% of the entire volume is carried on with bank credit. All American business is in the hollow of the bank hand, and can be aided or squeezed according to the will of the big interests that in recent years have acquired control over the banking system. Unless before too late businessmen help to check the growth of this dangerous incorporate bank power, their business eventually will be swallowed up in the great money maelstrom, or become food at some future feast of the all-devouring interest. And thousands who now proudly consider themselves independent bankers soon will be reduced in authority to mere clerks, hired servants, executing the orders and doing under compulsion the will of the absent Wall Street masters of finance, to the lasting injury of local business, their communities, neighbors, and friends. Will the banks prefer Wall Street for master to a law-regulated public institution? It must be one or the other. The United States Monetary Council would establish justice and the square deal as the rules of action in banking, finance, and business. Each bank, then, would keep its reserve balance with the council against which it can make and sell drafts for general business and use instead of New York drafts. This will break New York's monopoly and put every other city on equality with the metropolis. And there is nothing more important to the rest of the country than to stop the present rapid concentration in New York of power over every kind of enterprise and activity. As Rome was the Roman Empire, so New York will be the United States unless the balance of the country asserts its right to equal opportunity and speedily enforces the same with legal safeguards. A United States Monetary Council is the best instrument now available for that purpose. New York banks have little reason for keeping a deposit in any outside bank, but the present law respecting cash reserves induces country banks to keep large balances in New York banks. Instead of keeping its cash reserve at 15% of deposit liabilities, all in its own vault, the country bank is allowed to keep 3/5 thereof on deposit in some central reserve bank. New York pays 2% interest for such deposits. This tends to concentrate in New York a dangerous proportion of the country's cash capital. The Aldrich Plan leaves this reserve scheme unchanged, and most of the country's cash in Wall Street. National banks alone, on September 1, 1911, had $744,614,305 on deposit with reserve agent banks, half of the total cash held in all banks. $399,508,977 with national banks not reserve agents, and $162,271,793 with state banks and bankers. Total $1,306,395,075. The actual cash in all the 7,331 national banks on that date was $941,362,369. Their credit loans were $5,663,411,073 and total resources $9,956,476,830. The 24,392 reporting banks of all kinds on June 7, 1911 combined had $1,554,147,169 cash, $2,788,600,000 $772,572 deposited by banks and other banks, $13,040,389,844 loans, and $23,631,083,382 of resources. These interdeposits between banks often is a bond binding them together for mutual advantage and profit. In this way, one bank may obtain a strong control over another. With all reserves in the United States Council, each bank will be independent. It no longer will depend for safety or profit on other banks or Wall Street. The cash or liquid assets deposited in the banks by the railroads, express, telegraph, telephone, industrial, and insurance companies that are controlled by a few men are believed to be equal to the $1,554,147,169 that comprises the total cash held by all the 24,392 banks. If so, then those men have power by withdrawing such deposits to force every bank to call in and cancel practically all of its loans, to force businessmen suddenly to pay up over $15 billion of debts to banks. That action, if taken, would plunge into bankruptcy most of the 24,392 banks and the borrowers of such banks, and inaugurate the greatest panic in history. Probably it will not be done, at least to that extent, but the power to do it is in the hands of a few Wall Street men, and every banker knows it, and is afraid to antagonize the high financiers. That is the black-hand threat that Wall Street ever holds over the financial institutions of the United States. That is the deadly power that would be abolished by the creation of the United States Monetary Council to regulate and protect the banks and the business of the country with an independent and ample supply of elastic public currency. The bank tax on all business computed at 5% on $23 billion of bank resources exceeds $1 billion per year, or more than the national debt. The transportation tax annually levied on business and commodities by railroads for service is nearly $3 billion. The insurance companies collect another $1 billion. The trust probably as much as the railroads. These four agencies therefore collect from the people each year a total sum larger than the value of all crops. A larger portion of this vast business is expense that is added to the cost of food, clothing, and other things, and thus directly increases enormously the cost of living. This is in addition to the profit and expense added by many middlemen between producer and consumer. It does not include rent, gas, fuel, and numberless other items that enter into the cost of living. A large portion of these vast and ceaseless streams of money flows through many artificial channels extending all over the country and now converge in Wall Street, financially draining the country and carrying to that one center an ever-increasing proportion of the people's income and nation's wealth. It was to simplify this process and make the desired results more certain that Wall Street invented the pending Aldrich Plan for a vast private central bank, or association that should legally and firmly and permanently bind the 24,392 banks, all in one vast combine for mutual profit and advantage as against the people. Is there a money trust? A trust is an artificial condition in any line of business that restrains trade and tends to eliminate competition and establish monopoly. Complete stoppage or control of trade is not necessary. Elimination of all competition or absolute monopoly is not essential. If the artificial conditions are such as to suppress competition entirely or in part and create complete or partial monopoly, it is a trust. The conditions not only must naturally operate to produce these results, but they must be artificial. If the conditions are artificial created and naturally tend to produce such results, the law will assume that those creating such conditions intend thus to form a trust. Incorporation is not essential in forming a trust. The growing, selfish, and insolent money power, incorporated and unincorporated, violates every law regulating and restraining its conduct, treats the people and their government with contempt, and then invokes the protection of the laws and the courts to shield the stolen vested rights and privileges against violence that their own lawless course tends to incite. Wall Street is a trust. It is a trust manufacturing trust. Every condition there is artificial and calculated to eliminate competition and install monopoly. And it actively seeks to establish this trust condition among railroads, industries, and banks. The chief object is increased profits. There are many money trusts. In every city, the banks are forming a local trust, usually by clearinghouse rules or oral agreements. The object is to keep as low as possible the interest paid for deposits and as high as possible the interest charged borrowers. If bank power continues to grow in time, they will pay no interest on deposits. In form and effect, it is an injurious conspiracy against depositors and borrowers, the customers of banks. The agreements are identical, and for the same object in the banking business as in the acts of the industrial world that are made criminal by the antitrust law. And there is less reason or excuse for these bank trusts that control the supply of money and credit than for industrial trusts, and they are far more burdensome and dangerous. The prices of exchange and other bank charges often are regulated locally by trust agreement. The policy of charging regular customers exchange on out-of-town checks deposited is spreading rapidly by clearinghouse agreements. A certain city that has about 500,000 population recently adopted the scheme. Next day, a leading hotel was charged by its bank 15 cents exchange on a $50 check drawn by writer on the Cincinnati Bank. If the same rate was charged on a whole $160 billion of checks that yearly go through clearinghouses, the tax on business and extra net profits of the banks would be increased $480 million, or enough to pay an extra annual dividend of 24% on the entire capital stock of the 24,392 banks. Banks are now making excessive profits, but as their wealth and power increases, they will extort more and more from business, if business will permit it. All such trust agreements among banks either should be prohibited or made general and uniform by law with severe punishment for discriminations. There should either be real and unrestricted competition for loans and business among banks, or a uniform scale of charges should be fixed and enforced by law. There should be no money trust at all among banks or a trust strictly regulated by law. That is the only safety, the one protection for business. Were it not for these local money trusts, the general bank discount rate would be 4% or 5% instead of 6%, with a reasonable allowance as interest on deposit accounts. And ordinary depositors of cash would get 4% or 5% for the money that enables the bank to loan 4 to 10 times as much credit as 6%. And if bank favoritism and discrimination was stopped, and trusts and stock gamblers were not allowed to borrow at 2% while others must pay 6%, and all were treated impartially, the banks could establish a uniform 4% discount rate and make just as much profit. And a 4% rate, or even 5%, would wonderfully stimulate legitimate business and promote national prosperity, and greatly reduce the cost of necessities in living. Then there is a general money trust. It is not incorporated, not yet, but it is real. An artificial condition exists in the world of big finance that tends to eliminate genuine competition for loans, deposits, issues of bonds, and deals requiring financing. Insiders cooperate instead of compete, and they have more profits to divide, and outsiders pay more and get less because this money trust condition, through fear and favor, has merged control of money and bank credit largely in the hands of a few men. These men, by direct or indirect means, dominate practically all the important financial institutions of the United States. The will of these men is a most complete, definite, powerful, and dangerous money trust. Its intangible and invisible form increases its irresponsibility, rapacity, craft, and daring. A hidden power is the most dangerous and most difficult to locate, regulate, or restrain. While a powerful and supreme money trust exists and dominates in the larger sense all American finance and business, and everybody knows of this fact, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to reach and properly control it by direct regulating statutes. But its power for evil can be greatly diminished by indirect agencies. Laws with suitable penalties stopping all bank discriminations, usurious interest rates, margin gambling, regulating the stock exchanges, divorcing the trusts, banks, railroads, and insurance companies from each other, and regulating the use of their cash funds, taking the bank reserves out of Wall Street, and mobilizing them in one central reservoir under government regulation, and creation of the United States Monetary Council as a greater financial power than Wall Street, made independent and impartial by law, able and ever ready to aid and protect the 24,392 banks of the country, and the business customers of such banks with an ample supply of sound elastic currency and credit, will stop most of the glaring evils and abuses and bring Wall Street and its lawless element ultimately under the effective control of the federal government. And there is no other way to get adequate relief from present intolerable conditions. The pending Aldrich Plan is a long step in the opposite direction. Instead of curtailing it, it would multiply the already over-swollen power of those few Wall Street men, Their money trust then would be complete, incorporated, a legal body entitled to claim the protection of the laws and the courts. Acts now evil, if not criminal, would be made lawful, and the National Reserve Association as a vast private money trust would become the ruling power in finance and business. Shall the present outlaw money trust, that now must hide in the shadows and operate in the darkness, the bandit of the financial highway, be called and crowned by act of Congress as the supreme sovereign of finance and business, a lawful money trust, the incorporated master of 24,392 banks, and of all industries, commerce, and politics? The National Reserve Association will have power of life and death over the business of every man, the affairs of every corporation, the welfare of every community, and the prosperity of the nation. It will be judge, jury, and executioner. By inflating and contracting its corporate currency and raising and lowering its discount rate, it can raise and lower at will the prices of all securities, property, and human labor. By cooperating with the private central banks abroad, it will help establish a universal money trust that will eliminate all competition between banks and bankers for bonds and loans, and this worldwide money monopoly will double the mortgage on all mankind by increasing interest rates everywhere. To it, Congress is asked to hand over as a free gift $1 billion of public currency, money, the property and medium of exchange of 94 million people, to be forever retained and loaned out to the people for its profit. It may have power to run the nation into debt or liability for billions of dollars as guarantor of the emissions of its printing press, on corporate currency issued without limit or effective restraint. By act of Congress, the public revenues of the Republic for a half-century are to be mortgaged to this money trust. 40 billions collected by taxation to be turned over for deposit and use by this private corporation without 1 cent of compensation. By resolution adopted by vote of the 5 men who compose the majority of its executive committee, it can, in secret and without notice, contract and cancel 1 million, 100 million, or 500 million of its corporate currency, and at one breath thus annihilate billions of bank credit built as a 10-fold inverted pyramid on such currency, forcing every bank to call on its loans, and every business borrower to pay its bank obligations at whatever sacrifice. It will have power to abolish prosperity and inflict panic, plunging the entire nation into the horrors of a financial catastrophe that would paralyze industry and commerce, close the factories, and turn millions of workmen out to tramp the streets without means to provide food and shelter for their helpless wives and children. To 5 men, perhaps mere dummies, irresponsible, paid employees of an unregulated, uncontrolled, and unrestrained private corporation, Congress is asked to absolutely and unreservedly commit for 50 years the vital destinies of the Republic in the interests and welfare of its 94 million inhabitants. The National Reserve Association, a great private central bank, owned by the banks controlled by Wall Street, is to be invested with supreme governmental powers and incorporated as a great dominating money trust by law, independent of government and above all public authority. That is the omnipotent and deadly octopus Congress is urged to legally set loose and install as the master of American banks, business, finance, industry, commerce, and politics. Its poisonous and itching tentacles will gradually reach out and bind themselves about every home, farm, industry, bank, the public treasury, courts, Congress, and the White House, gathering to itself supreme political power, sucking the wealth and substance of the people into Wall Street, and dumping it into the stock exchange, or the eager lapse of the handful of men who will seek by moral, if not by legal treason, to rob the people of their God-given liberty, destroy the Republic as a living reality, and in its place erect an empire, disguised as a democracy, with incorporated wealth crowned as the ruling sovereign, and all the people its subjects. This is the coming incorporated money monster. End of chapter 22.
Section number 26 of U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Appendix, Correspondence, Part 1. Appendix. A central bank trust. President of the United States gets analysis of the Aldrich Plan, made by author, position of President Taft, letters and inside facts made public. On November 16, 1911, the author of this volume met President William H. Taft in the White House at Washington to discuss certain proposed changes in the monetary and banking laws, and particularly the so-called Aldrich Plan for a private central bank urged by the National Monetary Commission. A written statement or analysis of that plan then was given to the President, its receipt being formally acknowledged by his secretary in the following letter. The White House, Washington, November 17, 1911. My dear Sir, I have brought to the President's attention your letter of the 10th instant, which you left with me yesterday. Sincerely yours, Secretary to the President. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Grand Rapids, Michigan. In the interest of a more general understanding among the people of the important questions involved in the suggested revolutionary changes in our currency and banking systems, and in view of recent events, it seems advisable and proper here to make such statement public. It is as follows. Grand Rapids, Michigan, November 10, 1911. Honorable William H. Taft, President of the United States, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, your Secretary, Mr. Hiles, at Milwaukee, suggested that I see you in Washington to personally discuss with you the proposed changes in the monetary and banking systems, and that I write out and send to you my views on the subject. Therefore, without assuming any want of knowledge about these matters on your part, as a citizen and Republican, I respectfully venture these few observations. You, of course, know that the gold standard is firmly and permanently established and is not an issue in the present monetary campaign. This simplifies the situation. Shall control of the public currency be public or private? That is the real question, and about the only one in serious dispute. On this vital issue in the immediate future, the greatest monetary struggle in the nation's history is likely to take place. It may largely overshadow all other political problems, and the successful party of the future, I believe, will be the one that takes the people's side in this contest. Former Correspondence. You may recall my letter of August 20th, 1909, to you at Beverly just before former Senator Aldrich called upon you there. I then told you that I had information that the National Monetary Commission would report in favor of a central bank to issue, inflate, and contract the public currency, the institution to be a private corporation owned by the banks, which meant ultimate control by Wall Street. About 10 days later, in a public address at Boston, a few days after your conference with President Aldrich of the Commission, you said that the trend of the minds of a majority of the Monetary Commission was in favor of a central bank of issue, but that if such institution is created, it must not be controlled by Wall Street or by politics. This public warning was timely, to the point, and named the greatest dangers to be avoided. It is my view that any private corporation controlling the currency supply of the entire country inevitably would in time be controlled by Wall Street, and that it will use the imperial powers of the institution over all banks, and through the banks over the business of every man and corporation to dominate in its own interest the politics of the states and nation. That if such an institution be needed and is created, it should be a public institution under absolute public control, instead of a private corporation. I am opposed to Congress taking from the government $1 billion of public currency used by the people as their chief money supply and handing it over as a free gift into an irresponsible private syndicate to be forever retained and loaned out for the exclusive profit of such syndicate. The Aldrich Plan. The revised Aldrich Plan put forward by the National Monetary Commission asks Congress to create a great central bank to be named National Reserve Association. It is to be a private corporation. The $300 million stock is all to be owned by the banks in proportion to the size of their capital stock. For example, the National City Bank of New York, having $25 million of capital, will own 1,000 times as much National Reserve Association stock as a country bank with $25,000 of capital. 3 large Wall Street banks together will own nearly as much central bank stock as half of all the national banks of the United States. taking the smaller banks. If all the stock is subscribed and only half payment is required, the 4% stock will net the banks 8%. The big banks, of course, will own the central bank, and Wall Street will control the big banks. Already the larger banks are organizing side partner security companies, a sort of financial Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, to acquire banks throughout the country to control the central bank. The National City Company is the Siamese twin of the largest Wall Street bank. It is reported to have already acquired more than 100 large banks in Washington, Chicago, and elsewhere. But it was too hasty or too public about it. Publicity of this illegal scheme endangers the Aldrich Plan in Congress. So we are told that at least for a time the National City Company is to put all these bank stocks out of its hands. Presumably the certificates will go into friendly hands, or remained under its control. Then, ostrich-like, it will be completely hidden from the people because its head is buried in the sand. The elaborate and complicated system of branch boards and local associations does not fully disguise or change the potent fact that the National Reserve Association will be a private corporation owned and absolutely controlled by the special interests. The banking fraternity is to select 42 of the 46 directors of the National Reserve Association. The other 4 are public officials representing the interests of 90 million people whose entire public currency supply is to be handed over by Congress to be forever kept and manipulated by this private corporation. As 4 is not a majority of 46, this share of control allotted to the public would be a huge joke, if not so dangerous. The ratio of 42 to 4 in favor of the banks doubtless correctly represents the division of benefits between the special interests and the people. The general plan, in most features, is all right, but the scheme of private instead of public control reveals the climax of the greed and audacity of high finance. It is conceded that the scheme originated in Wall Street, and I think you will take judicial notice that high finance never supports a financial measure unless its interests and power will be advanced by its adoption. Private monopoly of the public currency. The chief aim of the interests is to obtain through a corporation owned by them a private monopoly of the public currency. In my letter of August 20th, 1909, I fully explained how at the New York meeting of the National Civic Federation, December 17th, 1907, the distinguished Wall Street bankers present publicly refused to accept my amendment to their currency reform resolution, viz., provided that control of the volume of the public currency shall not be taken away from the federal government and put into private hands. In that letter, also, I recalled the fact that in his emergency currency bill, Senator Aldrich attempted to eliminate from the present law the prohibition against contracting the national bank currency more than $9 million per month, and that he consented to strike out of his bill this dangerous provision, allowing unlimited and sudden contraction of the entire public currency only when attention was called to the matter by the public reading of my petition in the Senate the next day after his speech for his bill. Thus every currency move emanating from Wall Street seems to be an effort to induce Congress to give private interests unlimited power suddenly to contract the currency supply, to make money scarce without warning. The private syndicate, under the Aldrich Plan, without any substantial consideration to the government, is to get nearly $1 billion of currency used as money for about the cost of printing. This money never will be returned to the government. Millions will be destroyed or burned by accident. The benefit goes to the syndicate, not, as now, to the people. This syndicate of bankers, for its own profits, is to loan this vast public currency to their own banks. If the banks are to use it as a reserve basis, it will enable them to loan to the people for interest profits more than $10 billion of bank credit in the shape of ordinary bank loans. For thus empowering the syndicate and its banks with relatively little extra investment to collect from the people continuously interest on about $10 billion of extra loans, the Aldrich Plan demands that the syndicate pay the government 1.5% per annum on all currency issued in excess of $900 million and 5% on all excess of $1,200 million, but nothing on the first $900 million. even this apparent generosity vanishes in the light of the fact that it is not expected this currency ever will exceed $900 million. Many believe that this currency will not pass at par unless backed by the faith and credit of the government, and that this should be pledged. If the government is to be responsible for the currency and a private syndicate is to issue and own it and get the profits from its use, would not the government in effect be in a position similar to a man loaning his promissory note for $1 billion to another party who gets the note cashed and forever keeps and uses the entire proceeds? Dangerous currency contraction. Banks, as you know, loan credit, not money. This is the right to draw checks to the total of the note discounted. Borrower gets a bank book showing his credit. This makes him a depositor, although he has put in no actual money. By thus increasing its loans of credit, a bank correspondingly can increase its deposits without getting an extra dollar, almost indefinitely. About the only legal limitation is that it must have in cash in its vault an amount equal to a certain % of its deposit liabilities, varying from 25% down to 7.5%, according to the location of the bank. The official reports show that the banks as a whole loan 8 to 12 times as much credit as they have in cash. I have not at hand more recent reports, but the report of the U.S. Comptroller of the currency for 1907 shows that the collective individual deposits, not including deposits by banks, of all the 19,746 reporting national and state banks and trust companies amounted to $13,099,600,000, while their aggregate cash reserves amounted to $1,113,742,316, or 8.5% of their aggregate deposit liabilities due to individuals. When the banks are fully loaned up, if by withdrawals or otherwise their cash reserves are decreased half, under the law they must decrease their total loans 1/2. They must force their customers suddenly to pay up loans aggregating 8 to 12 times the shrinkage of cash reserves. If $500 million thus is withdrawn from bank reserves, business borrowers must pay up at once over $5 billion of loans due to the banks, an amount more than twice the total of all the money in circulation in the United States, no matter what sacrifices of securities, properties, and commodities it entails. The banks cannot do other than force such payments, even if it closes industries, plunges labor into idleness, causes general distress, panic, and financial ruin. A private corporation with power suddenly to contract the outstanding public currency without limit, of course thereby could almost to any extent deplete the reserves of the banks and force them immediately to call in their loans in such volumes that general panic and financial disaster would be inevitable. Likewise, by inflating the currency, it could increase bank reserves and enormously and even dangerously expand the loaning power and profits of the banks. In order that this vital and all-controlling power over the banks and all business, the power to inflate and contract the public currency, might not be feared by the people as formidable, not to say dangerous, it has been given an enticing name, elasticity. No doubt elasticity of the currency and of the loaning power of the banks is desirable, but it may make a great difference to the people in their interests who does the stretching, and for what purpose it is done. Is it wise or patriotic for Congress unnecessarily to grant an obviously dangerous power to uncontrolled, powerful private interests, leaving the people for protection only the mere hope that such interests will not use the power against the general welfare and for their own private profit? Artificial panics. It is the belief of many that some panics or quasi-panics have been more or less deliberately caused for improper purposes, and that most panics are due chiefly to artificial and removable causes. Every panic in history seems to have started in Wall Street. To stop panics, should we not go there and remedy the evils that tend to create panics, such as margin gambling, usurious interest rates, and illegal bank practices, instead of merely legislating to safeguard the banks against the results of panics? You may know of the fact that 75% of all transactions on the stock exchange are fictitious, illegal, gambling, and wash sales, and that 80% of the money and credit to conduct such deals is supplied by the banks that hold the deposit savings of the people. Congress will have to act to protect the country against these harmful things, because the great state of New York, for about $4 million annually in stock transfer fees, has sold to the gamblers the privilege of wrongfully despoiling on its soil the people of that state and of the United States. Long before the Panic of 1907, in writing and orally, I expressed the belief that a panic might be caused to pinch the country into crying for monetary reform and to accelerate in Congress the prearranged program of Wall Street. The panic in the object lesson came just before the Congress convened, in which was first introduced the legislative measures prepared and publicly advocated by Wall Street bankers in the New York Chamber of Commerce months before the panic, including in substance the identical privately owned central bank scheme now known as the revised Aldrich Plan, the National Reserve Association. At said National Civic Federation meeting in December 1907, when a majority present were Wall Street businessmen or their friends, I publicly expressed my belief that the Panic of 1907 was artificial. No one present disputed the charge. The facts about serious Wall Street moves seldom become public, but it was reported that at the recent congressional investigation of the Steel Trust, one of the most prominent financial men of Wall Street, Oakley Thorne, president of the Trust Company of America, on oath astonished the country by declaring in substance or effect that the Panic of 1907 was artificial, was deliberately caused, and named the Wall Street interests he is said to have sworn started the run on the banks that precipitated the financial crisis. And now the government in its suit against the Steel Trust gravely charges some of the same people with illegal acts or criminal conspiracy and with using the financial institutions and capital of the country for unlawful purposes. And these are the same interests that largely will control the National Reserve Association and its autocratic and dangerous powers, thereby creating a financial monopoly, a trust of the trusts, under express authority of the Congress, at the very time when the government and the courts are trying to destroy monopoly by breaking up the trusts. A monopoly of banking and currency will give them ultimately a complete monopoly over about everything worth controlling in the United States, including government itself. At a recent meeting of the New York Bankers Association, in a public address, one of the most prominent Wall Street bankers virtually threatened the country with another panic unless Congress yielded to the demand of Wall Street and adopted the Aldrich Central Bank Scheme. After the Aldrich-Vreeland Emergency Currency Bill had passed the Senate in 1908, I was present at a public hearing before the House Banking and Currency Committee. More than a dozen bankers, members of the Currency Commission of the National Bankers Association, were present and spoke against the measure, as did many representatives of the larger commercial organizations of the country. Replying to direct questions by members of the committee, every banker solemnly declared that if the bill passed it would cause another panic, and several said the panic would arrive in less than 3 months. The bill passed, but no panic has occurred, and more than 3 years has elapsed. Either those distinguished bankers were poor prophets, or the change made in the bill striking out the Senate amendments that prohibited persons being both directors of a bank and of a corporation borrowing from that bank, and lowering the government tax on the emergency currency so as to make it profitable for the banks to handle it, warded off the predicted panic and saved the country. To cause a panic, or even to threaten the country with one to frighten or force the people in Congress into passing laws that otherwise would be defeated, is a species of duress utterly indefensible and dangerous. It is worse than the rule of the mob, for the public prediction of panic tends to cause panic, and the financial and fatal consequences of panic often are pathetic. It is not my desire to stir up class feeling or arraign bankers as a whole. Most bankers are honest, patriotic, and useful citizens. But the above incident was a public proceeding, and the printed records show the facts as stated. This would seem to be a good time and opportunity to resist the unjust and selfish legislative demands of the interests, and thus for all time settle the question as to which is supreme and the most powerful, Wall Street or the government and the people of the United States. Control currency to manipulate prices. The Aldrich Plan grants to such private corporation direct control over interest rates by the unregulated, unrestricted, and unlimited power to increase and decrease the discount rate. If it should increase the discount rate to the banks, of course the banks would do the same or more to their customers. Otherwise, those in control of the central bank by increasing the discount rate could instantly deprive every bank and trust company in the United States of a substantial portion of their entire profits. Would not every banking institution in the country in sheer self-defense find itself obliged to obey the financial and political orders of those who may have seized control of the National Reserve Association? Would not this create a vast and dangerous political machine that inevitably would result either in its controlling the federal government or itself being abolished for political action like the old United States Bank of Andrew Jackson's time in the midst of universal panic and financial chaos? The central bank, simply by inflating and contracting the public currency or by raising or lowering the discount rates, could automatically and immediately raise and lower the prices of all securities, property, and labor. Prices of the $25 billion of listed securities at times fluctuate at least 20 to 50%. This is partly due to natural causes, but more often it is due to unfair manipulation by secret pools that cause interest rates to be run up on the stock exchange to ruinous figures and bank loans to be called in large volumes to aid inside operators in their speculations against the public. And yet a drop of but 10% in the average price quotations indicates a direct and immediate loss to the holders of securities of a sum equal to all the money in circulation in the United States. Bidding up the rate on call loans is the effective magnet used to entice away from local business the money of the people deposited in banks that it may be used in high finance flotations and to promote gambling speculation in Wall Street. Bank discriminations. A related evil that should be made impossible by law while Congress is reforming the banking system is the practice of many large banks of discriminating in the matter of loans and interest rates in favor of trusts, insiders, and stock speculators. Why should trusts and Wall Street operators usually be able to borrow from the banks practically in unlimited quantities at 2%, while responsible business and commercial customers often cannot borrow enough properly to conduct legitimate business and always must pay 200 to 300% more as interest than is paid by stock gamblers? As the banking system is a quasi-public institution clothed with a public interest by law, enjoying special privileges and immunities, it should exercise its duties to the public impartially, without discrimination, and not in any way be an instrument used to oppress individuals, corporations, or communities, or to promote unlawful monopolies and unnatural and improper concentration of wealth in the few to the disadvantage of the many. International money monopoly. You of course realize that whoever controls the monetary circulation to a large extent will control the credit, interest rates, price, and the business activities of the world. A central bank issuing the public currency, if a private corporation naturally will cooperate with the great privately owned government banks abroad and comprise in effect an international monetary trust with a worldwide monopoly of money. The result, if not the design, will be permanently to eliminate all competition for large loans. This will make it easy to double the mortgage on mankind without a dollar of extra benefit, simply by increasing the rate of interest on nearly 30 billions of bonds of governments and the vast quantities of state, municipal, and corporation bonds, as they mature and from time to time are refunded. The revised Aldrich Plan proposes immediately to increase the rate of interest and so refund the national debt of the United States, amounting to nearly $1 billion that it will not be paid off for half a century. It would unnecessarily mortgage the next generation before it is born. Surely this is not the desire of the people, and I do not believe their Congress will do it. In a broad sense, there is always a struggle on by the great individual and corporate owners of the vast fixed income or bond wealth of the world to decrease the relative value of property and labor. as measured in money by increasing the rate of interest on bonds. Thus they hoped to recover what they lost when Providence unexpectedly swelled the output of gold, until gold and gold bonds now will purchase much less labor or property. By bringing the large competitors for such bonds into cooperation, either interest rates can be increased or the bonds be bought below par, because there will be no other available market for the bonds. The Aldrich Plan will help create an international financial world power above and beyond the reach of all law, that through the power of the purse will be able to rule governments and kingdoms, cause peace and war, extort from the peoples of the world an ever-increasing interest toll, and tend to develop a civilization where the dollar with its metallic heart will be of more importance than man with his immortal soul. And the more war there is, the greater the demand for money for armies and battleships, and the higher the interest rates can be raised by the coming great international monetary combine. An alternative plan. At the New York meeting of the Academy of Political Science in December 1910, President Aldrich and other members of the Monetary Commission being present, I suggested tentatively an alternative plan. We had listened to the clever and astute arguments for the Aldrich Plan by the distinguished Wall Street bankers present. One of them is a partner in a great international banking house said to represent in America the Rothschilds of Europe. He declared gravely that if dividends on the central bank stock are limited by law to 4%, there would be no danger of control of the institution falling into the hands of the special interests, because there would not be enough temptation to make them want control. Replying, I cited the purchase of a few thousands of equitable life insurance stock for $2,500,000 made by a well-known Wall Street banker when the law limits dividends on the stock to 7% annually, and said that it was power the banker sought, and that it was the power the interests seek through a central bank under their control. I then told them that I did not believe they ever could persuade Congress to take away from the government and grant to a private corporation an exclusive monopoly of the entire public currency. The great issue now raised is whether control of the public currency shall be public or private. It always has been public, and the Constitution so intended. The burden of proof is so on those urging the radical change. Suppose we grant the need of currency and banking reforms, consolidation of bank reserves, elasticity, a central bank or agency to issue the currency, and even rediscount for the banks. In fact, to do all of the things proposed by the Aldrich Plan. And as recent concentration of banking capital and power in the hands of the same few who dominate the trusts, railroads, and other large activities seem to have made it now impossible to finance or conduct any important undertaking without their consent, perhaps it is necessary to create a central institution with financial power greater than Wall Street to emancipate the banks and the business of the country from this tightening and dangerous grip. But no convincing reason has been advanced why the National Reserve Association should be a private corporation instead of a public institution under public control. Why should Congress make the dangerous experiment when the historical public control will be better and more safe? Ample safeguards easily can be provided that will keep all partisanship and politics out of the institution. There are several ways to provide public control. One way, the plan I suggested at said Academy meeting, is to have the President appoint a board, say of 100 non-salaried governors, one on the nomination of the governor of each state. This body to select an executive committee of well-paid, highly trained financial experts, sworn as public servants and divorced from all other business, to run the institution. This plan, or some modification of it, would ensure representation and fair treatment to every state, guard against partisanship, and inspire the confidence of the people, which is necessary to ensure the usefulness and permanency of any such institution. It will be far safer for banks to be able to obtain adequate assistance direct from a public institution as a defined legal right instead of begging a favor from a private corporation, and perhaps on the side being forced to submit to some unprofitable secret agreement with the interest and control of the corporation by way of flotations or the purchase of securities. The banks constantly will be in grave peril if the Aldrich Plan is adopted. They will be the storm center of such bitter partisan strife, crimination and suspicion that depositors may take alarm, withdraw, and hoard money, inflicting upon the banks and the country in even more aggravated form the very evils and dangers sought to be avoided by monetary reform. Public investigations of banks and bank practices will be frequent, demanded, and conducted for partisan purposes. If my definite information is correct, and I believe it is, that the official reports on file with the United States Comptroller of the Currency show, on sworn admissions, that nearly 40% of all national banks knowingly violate the law, you can see the harm to the banks and the handle that would be made politically if these reports were made public and exploited in a partisan congressional investigation of the banking system. The exigencies of political strife might emblazon the fact that right now there are more than 60 convicts who formerly were bankers in just one of the many prisons, and wholly unwarranted inferences might be drawn, casting unjustifiable suspicion upon all bankers, when, as we know, the great majority are law-abiding, upright, and useful citizens. This may excite public fear, induce runs on banks, do permanent harm to the influence of bankers generally, and endanger the solvency of their institutions. The Aldrich Plan, if adopted, I believe will stir up class distinction and hatred more than any legislation ever proposed in the country's history. What folly to take these risks when it is not necessary. If the banks reach for more profit and power, they may have many of the special privileges and immunities they now enjoy taken away. At best, the interest and power of any country bank in the central bank will be insignificant and useless. Bankers should remember that in Andrew Jackson's time, when banks became the issue in politics, they suffered frightfully along with the entire country and the resulting panic. As the nation and its activities now are more extensive, the calamity may be far greater. An attempt is being made to persuade or drive all bankers into a suicidal support of the Aldrich scheme. But I know that there are very many patriotic bankers who realize the danger and will vigorously oppose the plan. Some will not, because afraid of reprisals by Wall Street. I do not believe Congress will farm out the public currency to be forever exploited for the profit of a private syndicate. If Congress insists that control of the National Reserve Association be public instead of private, and those promoting and oppose and block all monetary reform because their personal interests are not served, the responsibility for any resulting future panics will be upon them. You will understand that we do not oppose the legitimate business of Wall Street, but insist that its lawless and unjust acts must cease. The practice of the interests, and hailing as a statesman the man who furthers their designs, and crying demagogue when anyone objects to their unfair use of the powers and laws of government against the general welfare, has lost its effect because the people are more thoughtful, observant, and alert in their own interests. You, of course, realize that no monetary or banking reform is possible as a permanent solution of current defects unless it accords with the discriminating judgment of the majority of the voters of the United States. Your commanding position, power to recommend to Congress and to veto its acts, makes it possible for you to protect the country by defeating this attempt to obtain private control of the public currency. For this reason, my appeal is addressed to you with full confidence, and in this I know I voice the earnest views of very many citizens. Mr. President, still I am an optimist. Most people are good, but in the Steel Trust suit the government seems to think some are not so good. It is no want of faith in humanity when we object to Congress taking an obviously dangerous power from the government and the entire people and unreservedly putting it into the irresponsible hands of the selfish few. Very respectfully yours, signed Alfred O. Crozier. President Taft's position. Writer is a Republican, but Lincoln, not Aldrich, is his ideal. He has admired the judicial temperament and genial personality of President Taft, and approved many of his important official acts during his long public career. He had hoped the President would take such a stand for the people and against the special interests that his reflection would be advisable, imperative. Believing that the crucial test of the President's courage and independence would come when the Monetary Commission reported to Congress the predetermined plan for the creation of a huge money trust to privately control the public currency and rule the banks and through them the business of the entire country, author in all fairness and in writing frequently made the President aware of the true situation. so that there would be no chance of his being taken by surprise or misled. The foregoing, one of many during the past 3 years, illustrates. Ryder's letter of August 20th, 1909 to the President was received and read just before Senator Aldrich arrived at Beverly to confer about the Monetary Commission's work and, if reports then current were correct, to urge a special session of Congress to hastily put through the central bank scheme in November 1909. If that course was contemplated, it was abandoned as unwise. About 3 weeks after his conference with Aldrich at Beverly, the first public intimation was given that the Monetary Commission was even considering a central bank plan. This was made by President Taft in his Boston speech on September 14, 1909, the first of his 13,000-mile western trip. In that speech he said, "It is apparent from the statements of Mr. Vreeland and Mr. Aldrich that the trend of minds of the Monetary Commission is towards some sort of arrangement for a central bank of issue, which shall control the reserve and exercise a power to meet and control the casual stringency which from time to time will come in the circulating medium of the country and the world." End of Appendix, Correspondence Part 1. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Section 27 of U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Appendix, Correspondence Part 2. Mr. Aldrich states that there are 2 indispensable requirements in any plan to be adopted, involving a central bank of issue. The one is that the control of the money system shall be kept free from the Wall Street influences, and the other, that it shall not be manipulated for political purposes. These are 2 principles in which we can all subscribe. This public declaration was what Ryder hoped to call out from Mr. Aldrich or the President by the letter of August 20th, 1909, so the country might know what was coming. Nearly a year earlier, Ryder had caused one of the leading press correspondents of New York to personally interview Frank A. Vanderlip, then Vice President and now President of that great Standard Oil institution, the National City Bank. Mr. Vanderlip then was reported as saying, in 1908, that the Monetary Commission would report in favor of a central bank to issue and control the currency. Because that bank had led in the fight for a central bank, and to create the Monetary Commission, and on account of Senator Aldrich being the father-in-law of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., this early information was considered reliable, as now it proves to have been. That letter was as follows. The White House, Washington, Beverly, Massachusetts, August 23, 1909. My dear Sir, your letter of August 20th in regard to financial legislation has been received and will be brought to the attention of the President. Very truly yours, Secretary of the President. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Wilmington, Delaware. Wilmington, Delaware, August 20th, 1909. Honorable William H. Taft, Beverly, Massachusetts. Dear Sir, I most earnestly hope that no special session of Congress will be called prior to December to attempt currency legislation. There would not be sufficient time for the people and press to study and discuss so important and difficult a subject. There may be those who urge a special session as a means of passing measures that could not be put through if the country was given time to learn the true character and effect of such a law, but I am sure you would not knowingly countenance such a course. You have in a short time won the confidence of the masses, and they trust your judgment and vigilance to guard their welfare and prevent hasty and ill-considered laws. It would seem that your responsibility in this regard is particularly heavy because the average man does not realize how his business and general welfare may be jeopardized by unwise banking and currency laws. I had hoped it might be convenient to discuss this subject with you personally before it came to an issue, but the published report of the talk of an extra session impels me to write you. Now, Mr. President, I think there is ample evidence to establish beyond reasonable doubt that there is on foot a determined movement, well concealed from the people, to take from the people's government and to put into private hands all control over the volume of the public currency. This, of course, would mean direct or indirect control by Wall Street of the people's entire money supply. Those exercising this power to inflate and contract at will the volume of the circulating medium could thereby easily, and to a large extent, increase and decrease the prices of securities, property, and labor. Are we ready to take a step so full of possible peril to the public welfare? Should it even be considered at a special session that it can at most last only a few weeks? The power to contract suddenly and arbitrarily the volume of currency available for business necessarily carries with it power to increase interest rates, to wreck credit, derange business, endanger the solvency of banks and the security of depositors, and even to cause panics. It is not sufficient to believe that such a power would not be used to that extent by human beings. Is it wise or patriotic to put such enormous power into private hands when it is not necessary? If it is attempted, I believe it will be the beginning of one of the greatest financial struggles in recent history, one vastly more intense and important than the silver controversy, one that will engender class hatred as never before, and I do not want to see the Republican Party committed to the wrong side. It seems to me it is relatively less important what our money is made of, so long it is redeemable in gold and backed by the credit of the federal government, than it is to have its volume free from private control and manipulation and ever responsive to the varying demands of business. To get currency elasticity, it should not be necessary to give individuals the power to contract when it should expand. Better, no elasticity unless we can have one that will operate automatically in response to the rise and fall of natural demand. I firmly believe if a fight for private control over the public currency is started, it will lead to an irresistible demand for a government issue of national currency exclusively, all redeemable in gold, the volume to be regulated from day to day by the federal government. I am not saying that this would be wise, but I think it would be inevitable, and preferable if the alternative is private Wall Street control, direct or indirect, over all the money of the people. The distinguished governor of one of our largest states said to me that he could not believe anyone would seriously propose such a plan, yet the Committee on Resolutions at the National Civic Federation meeting, a majority of whom were Wall Street men, flatly refused in public to accept my amendment to their currency resolution, which said merely, provided that the power to regulate the volume of the public currency shall not be taken from the federal government and put into private hands. The Aldrich currency bill, when reported, contained a provision allowing sudden contraction not only of the $500 million of emergency currency, but also the $700 million of banknote circulation, totaling $1,200 million, or nearly half of all currency in circulation in the United States. When my petition of protest was read in open Senate in the midst of the discussion of that bill, exposing this dangerous provision, Senator Aldrich instantly went privately to the senator who introduced my petition and told him the Finance Committee would strike out the provision allowing the sudden contracting of the entire banknote currency. But why was it put in at all? Those who drafted that bill, and those in whose interests many believe it was framed, are not novices. There are those who believe that the Aldrich-Vreeland law was largely but a foil for the real measure desired, and which will be revealed only when the Monetary Commission created by that law reports, and that the recent significant reorganization of certain congressional committees was part of a predetermined plan to force through Congress the mysterious measure, the character of which is to be carefully concealed from the public until the last moment. If this be true, the demand of the interested promoters for hasty action at a special session is explained. If information which came to me nearly a year ago proves correct, the Monetary Commission will report in favor of a great central bank. This is to be given absolute control of the financial business of the government, with exclusive power to issue currency ad libitum and to contract the volume at its pleasure. This institution to be called a government bank, but owned privately. It will be thinly sugar-coated by a provision allowing the president to appoint some of the directors. The chief fight then will be as to whether the institution shall be owned and controlled privately or by the government. The Republican Party cannot afford to take the wrong side if this issue is to be forced upon the country. It will court disaster if it does so. The people were led to expect that the Monetary Commission would be open and impartial in its investigation and hearings, giving ample opportunity to all who might desire to be heard. The hearings have mostly been held in Europe and not in the country chiefly concerned. They have been as secret as the council planning a military campaign. Those attended who were privately invited, and their names have been carefully concealed from the public. The people and the press of the United States have been completely ignored, and now rumor says that you are to be asked to convene Congress in extraordinary session to receive and hastily act on this mysterious report, presumably that its plan may be enacted into law before the people have time to understand its provisions and their effect, or to organize and express their opposition. I sincerely hope our fears are not justified, but in any event, I am sure we can rely on the executive authority to protect the people against hasty and unwise financial legislation. Very respectfully yours, Alfred O. Crozier. Writer has refused to credit the published reports that the President's mind was being shaped by Mr. Aldrich, and the more serious intimation that the apparently insurmountable opposition to President Taft's nomination in 1908 was overcome by a deal that resulted in the passage of the Aldrich Emergency Currency Bill, then supposed to be killed, the creation of the Monetary Commission with Aldrich at the head and Democrats and Republicans of his selection with him, the sudden change of front in Mr. Taft's favor of the most powerful banks and Wall Street financiers, with the alleged understanding that if nominated and elected, he would be depended upon at the last moment not to veto, but to support the private central bank plan that from the start it has been known the Commission was created to promote. Surely the President was not a party at any such unpatriotic deal, even if it was made. If Mr. McVie, a Democrat, was appointed Secretary of the Treasury at the instance of the promoters of the Aldrich Plan, so that a prominent Democrat would be in position to help fool Andrew Jackson Democrats into believing that the contemplated central bank is not a central bank, of course the President was not aware of the scheme. Knowledge that the special interests never support anyone whom they even doubt, generally know what they are doing, take nothing for granted, exact in advance a most definite and binding arrangement. The fact that the sudden change of such interests at the last moment cinched Mr. Taft's nomination and election, the character of some of his chosen official advisers in the cabinet and in Congress, were all incidents calculated more or less to shake one's confidence and create grave doubts and fears. Hoping against hope, giving the benefit of the doubt, we could only await the raising of the curtain on the final act in the great drama representing the struggle of the people against the interests to discover whether the President, the sworn defender of the Republic, the chief actor, would cast his great influence and official power on the side of the people or their enemies. The complete confidence of Wall Street during the whole of the time since June 1908 that its half-century-long dream of a great central money trust under its control soon would be realized, the formation of side-partner security companies by the big Wall Street banks to buy up control of enough other banks throughout the country to control the proposed National Reserve Association, and many other acts in preparation for the feast of profits and power the monopoly of money and control of all credits would confer, increased the feeling of uncertainty as to the real position of the chief executive of the nation. President Taft at last has officially announced his position in his message to Congress on December 21, 1911, as follows: Monetary reform. A matter of first importance that will come before Congress for action at this session is monetary reform. The Congress has itself arranged an early introduction of this great question through the report of its Monetary Commission. This commission was appointed to recommend a solution of the banking and currency problems so long confronting the nation and furnish the facts and data necessary to enable the Congress to take action. The commission was appointed when an impressive and urgent popular demand for legislative relief suddenly arose out of the distressing situation of the people caused by the deplorable panic of 1907. The Congress decided that while it could not give immediately the relief required, it would provide a commission to furnish the means for prompt action at a later date. In order to do its work with thoroughness and precision, the commission has taken some time to make its report. The country is undoubtedly hoping for a prompt action on the report as the convenience of the Congress can permit. The recognition of the gross imperfections and marked inadequacy of our banking and currency system, even in our most quiet financial periods, is of long standing, and later there has matured a recognition of the fact that our system is responsible for the extraordinary devastation, waste, and business paralysis of our recurring periods of panic. Though the members of the Monetary Commission have for a considerable time been working in the open, and while large numbers of the people have been openly working with them, and while the press has largely noted and discussed this work as it has proceeded, so that the report of the Commission promises to represent a national movement, the details of the report are still being considered. I cannot therefore do much more at this time than commend the immense importance of monetary reform, urge prompt consideration and action when the Commission's report is received, and express my satisfaction that the plan to be proposed promises to embrace main features that, having met the approval of a great preponderance of the practical and professional opinion of the country, are likely to meet equal approval in Congress. It is exceedingly fortunate that the wise and undisputed policy of maintaining unchanged the main features of our banking system rendered it at once impossible to introduce a central bank, for a central bank would certainly have been resisted, and a plan into which it would have been introduced would probably have been defeated. But as a central bank could not be a part of the only plan discussed or considered, that troublesome question is eliminated, and ingenious and novel as the proposed National Reserve Association appears, it simply is a logical outgrowth of what is best in our present system, and is in fact the fulfillment of that system. Exactly how the management of that association should be organized is a question still open. It seems desirable that the banks which should own the association should in the main manage it. It will be an agency of the banks to act for them, and they can be trusted better than anybody else chiefly to conduct it. It is mainly bankers' work, but there must be some form of government supervision and ultimate control, and I favor a reasonable representation of the government in the management. I entertain no fear of the introduction of politics or of any undesirable influences from the properly measured government representation. I trust that all banks of the country possessing the requisite standards will be placed upon a footing of perfect equality of opportunity. Both the national system and the state system should be fairly recognized, leaving them eventually to coalesce if that should prove to be their tendency, but such evolution cannot develop impartially if the banks of one system are given or permitted any advantages of opportunity over those of the other system. And I trust also that the new legislation will carefully and completely protect and assure the individuality and the independence of each bank, to the end that any tendency there may ever be toward a consolidation of the money or banking power of the nation shall be defeated. It will always be possible, of course, to correct any features of the new law which may in practice prove to be unwise, so that while this law is sure to be enacted under conditions of unusual knowledge and authority, it also will include, it is well to remember, the possibility of future amendment. With the present prospects of this long-awaited reform encouraging us, it would be singularly unfortunate if this monetary question should by any chance become a party issue, and I sincerely hope it will not. The exceeding amount of consideration it has received from the people of the nation has been wholly non-partisan, and the Congress set its non-partisan seal upon it when the Monetary Commission was appointed. In commending the question to the favorable consideration of Congress, I speak for and in the spirit of the great number of my fellow citizens who, without any doubt of party or partisanship, feel with remarkable earnestness that this reform is necessary for the interests of all people. To avoid any possibility of doing the President injustice, the following letter was sent. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, December 22, 1911. Honorable William Taft, President of the United States, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, referring to your financial message to Congress of yesterday, kindly advise whether it was your intention thereby to approve specifically or in a general way the Aldrich Plan for a National Reserve Association owned by the banks. Please also advise as to whether you will insist on a clear majority of the directors of such an institution being appointed by the federal government so that the government will have supreme and absolute control of this private corporation. My permanent post office address is care of the Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Clifton, Cincinnati, Ohio. Thanking you, I remain, very respectfully yours, Alfred O. Crozier. The reply to the above cannot be published because it was marked personal. The language of the President's message, however, leaves no hope that he will oppose the Aldrich Plan or insist on government ownership or any public control that will be effective. And the following quotations from letters published elsewhere in this volume in full are more than significant. They are eloquent. A letter dated December 27, 1911 from the American Bankers Association says, referring to your inquiry about President Taft's attitude, we have no further advices than extracts from the President's message to Congress in which it appears he endorses the Aldrich Plan. The National Bank of Commerce in New York writes on January 3, 1912, the writer has not before him the annual message of President Taft, but his recollection is that the Aldrich Bill was favorably mentioned therein. December 26, 1911. Mr. Alfred Owen Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, answering yours of the 22nd, I beg to state that in a recent address, I believe President Taft substantially approved of the Aldrich Plan. I do not know that his approval went into every detail, but I believe it covered the general progress of a Central Reserve Association. I believe it is clear that public opinion is advancing along those lines very rapidly. Very truly yours. The above is conclusive proof that Wall Street and the banks believe the president is definitely with them in the coming contest. They generally know, they do not guess, on matters so vital to their business interests. The recently published statement by Senator Burton said to be a close advisor of the president, his signature to be the Monetary Commission's report, and the warm advocacy of the Aldrich Plan in his annual report of December 4th, 1911, by the Secretary of the Treasury McVie, all indicate that the present administration is committed to the plan of taking away from the government and granting to a private corporation owned by the banks all control of the public currency of the United States. The president argues against consolidation of the money or banking power of the nation, and then favors the Aldrich Plan that would bind all banks into one great money trust by act of Congress. The pending bill permits the Reserve Association to adopt regulations and binds each bank specifically to obey such regulations, present and future. This gives the central bank as much power over all banks as it would have if it owned the entire capital stock of every bank. One has to twice read the president's statement that the National Reserve Association is in no sense a central bank to be certain that it was not intended as one of those famous presidential jokes. Anyway, Wall Street and the banks all had a good laugh over that statement, joke or no joke. The bill reported by the Commission, printed herein in full, shows that although for prudential reasons, to fool Andrew Jackson and Democrats, Aldrich named it Reserve Association instead of Central Bank, the corporation is to have all of the ordinary functions, powers, and privileges of European central banks and of the central bank abolished by President Jackson. President Taft, quoting Aldrich and Vreeland in his Boston speech, called it a central bank of issue. There has been no change in the functions of the institution since the New York Chamber of Commerce originated the plan in 1906, elsewhere herein fully described. The only real change was in the form of management. In 1906 it was to be a government central bank with the federal government in supreme control. Now it is a private central bank with the banks in supreme control. Aldrich, to obscure this, has devised a complicated system of branch boards and for electing directors. He calls it a Republican or Democratic form of government, but the people have no hand in it. The banks are the source of all power. If all public officials were elected by vote of the corporations instead of the people, it would be the kind of democracy Aldrich devised, and the president praises for the National Reserve Association. The government of 94 million people chooses 4, and the bank fraternity 42 of the 46 directors of the central bank. The benefits are divided in about the same proportion. It is to be a private corporation with shares of stock, receive deposits, issue notes, have a reserve, loan its credit, discount paper, buy and sell bills of exchange, charge interest, accumulate a surplus, pay dividends. The president surely must have taken Mr. Aldrich's word, for the statement that the National Reserve Association would not be a central bank is untrue and ridiculous. If all banks join it, we'll have over 24,000 depositors. This central bank will do for such customers, the banks, all the things an ordinary bank does for its customers. It is a central instead of an ordinary bank because the banks and the government are to be its only customers. The president seemed to realize that there would be a big fight over the question as to whether control of the institution shall be public or private. The people are certain to resist giving control of their entire money supply into private hands. But President Taft says it seems to be desirable that the banks which would own the association should in the main manage it. It will be an agency of the banks to act for them, and they can be trusted better than anybody else chiefly to conduct it. On page 11 of the published address made by President Aldrich before the Economic Club of New York issued by the Monetary Commission, he said, "The management of the Bank of England is in the hands of 24 directors selected largely from merchants. No bankers, in their sense of the word, being eligible for the position, and these include the governor and deputy governor elected by the directors from their own number, have control of the business of the bank. Here is the greatest central bank in the world, the policy of which largely influences the interest rate, supply of credit, and business conditions not only in the British Empire, but throughout the world, and yet not one banker ever is allowed on its board of directors, or to occupy any position except as a mere hired employee. There is a reason, a fundamental one, that Congress should heed, for that English policy is the result of a century of careful experience. The truth is, the bankers always are on one side, and businessmen on the opposite in the game of finance. The bankers loan, businessmen borrow. Bankers charge interest, businessmen pay it. The banker naturally seeks to increase his profit by increasing interest and other charges, and this increases the burden on business. But the people, consumers, pay it all for interest and bank charges. Their expense included in the cost and increase by at least that much the prices of commodities. Big bankers, in a sense, are parasites on business. They make all their money that way. Many are good men, honest, fair, and reasonable. Elsewhere herein it is shown that very many are unfair, sordid, dishonest. As a class during all history, their avarice and rapacity has increased with their riches and power. They often take advantage and abuse popular confidence and increase their profits and the public burden when trusted with power and opportunity. This is history. It is the reason banks are barred out of the management of the Bank of England. It is why the good Lord scourged and drove them from the temple. It is why 600 years B.C. Muhammad rebuked and broke with his uncles, the bankers of Mecca, for charging 100% interest, taking the side of the poor, and founding a religion that has now 176 million followers. It is the reason why bankers should not be given by Congress monopolistic control of the public currency with exclusive power to fix the rate of discount, interest, without restraint, that all the people of the country must pay, the power to eliminate all competition for loans, a money trust. The policy of the Bank of England means that over there, businessmen and merchants have more influence than bankers in matters of government and legislation, and therefore they have put a bridle on banks and bankers to make them serve instead of dictate to all business. Because the Bank of England issues the currency and regulates the money supply and interest rates, it is managed exclusively by patriotic businessmen for the common good. They know that if the bankers were in control, money might artificially be made scarce for the very purpose of increasing interest rates, that more profits might be extorted from businessmen by the bankers. To put bankers, or the dummies of bankers, in control of the National Reserve Association is to make it certain that year by year the supply of money and credit will be so manipulated that it will impose upon legitimate business all over the country an ever-increasing interest burden and expense for bank accommodations. It is all right to hire the best of expert bankers to do the technical work, but they should be, as in England, mere employees under the absolute control of a board composed of broad-minded and patriotic businessmen, Republicans and Democrats, from all parts of the country, sworn as public servants. That is the only safe plan. But Aldrich and the President would turn the whole thing, public currency, public revenues, government funds of all kinds, all the money in the United States, over to absolute control of a selfish private banking syndicate, so that no one could get a dollar for any purpose without the consent of the syndicate and on its terms. The President's argument that Congress need not hesitate about adopting the scheme because it does not work well, it can be amended, is like urging a sick patient to swallow the unknown content of a bottle marked poison, because if he doesn't like it and he finds it is likely to kill him, the patient can just simply throw the poison up again. Did Aldrich get the President to insert that clever suggestion, concealing from the Chief Executive the amending clause of the Commission's bill as follows? Section 58. Congress reserves the right to alter or amend the provisions of this Act to take effect at the end of any decennial period from and after the organization of the National Reserve Association. Note the absence of the word repeal in the above section. It is nowhere in the bill. Decennial means 10th anniversary. Congress is asked to bind its own hands and shackle the whole country for 10 years, so that during that time the sovereignty of the government is powerless to make any change. It puts the central bank, the money trust, above, independent of, and superior to law, government, the people, for 10 years, and successive periods of 10 years. Before 10 years, the promoters expect this money monster will have attained such political power that thereafter any amendments will be for the benefit of the banks and Wall Street instead of for the people. This provision is typical of the whole bill and reveals the grasping power of the special interests, now bringing pressure on the whole country through the banks and otherwise to force it through Congress. And it strikingly reveals the unpatriotic course of the paid, sworn, and trusted public servants of the Monetary Commission, who seem to be trying to betray the people in the country into the power of the banks and Wall Street. This is the most insolent amending clause ever inserted in a bill introduced into Congress, and the government's paid and sworn Monetary Commission urges its adoption. The first to start the cry of nonpartisanship in the alleged hope of keeping the opponents of the Aldrich Plan divided, while the minority, as a compact balance of power, can be used to terrify both parties and extort unwilling support for the Aldrich Plan in Congress among both Democrats and Republicans, was Paul M. Warburg, partner in the great Wall Street banking house of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, said to represent or do business for Standard Oil and the Rothschilds of Europe. He, as the reputed author of the Aldrich Plan, did this at a meeting on Wall Street of bankers and others held to advance the plan, as elsewhere herein fully shown. Mr. Aldrich took up this Wall Street cry and used it throughout the country, and now the chief executive of the Republic echoes it from the White House of the nation in his official message to Congress. The President's message, however, is even more remarkable for its omissions. When it was written, the President had available the official report of the United States Comptroller of the Currency made on December 4th, 1911. The Comptroller, as shown elsewhere herein in full, made the most astounding and terrible charges against banks and bankers ever contained in a public document. He showed that over half of all national banks knowingly and constantly break the laws of the United States. He charged bankers wholesale with dishonesty, grafting, and crime. He made his showing from the sworn admissions of the banks themselves on file in his office. He urged Congress to amend the laws, increase the criminal penalties, that he might be better able to enforce the law against the banks for the protection of depositors, borrowers, and the public. Did the President support this request of the Comptroller? Did he instruct his Attorney General to proceed to enforce the law against bankers officially shown to be law violators? No. But he did, in that message, criticize federal judges for shielding a few grafting clerks of federal courts and urged Congress to enact a law giving power of removal to the President as well as to the judges. Instead of instructing the Department of Justice to prosecute the thousands of rich and powerful criminal bankers, he puts the entire machinery of government to work to discover and punish a mere handful of misguided working men, and then urges Congress to turn over to these very lawless bankers for their personal profit the supreme government function of issuing all public currency and the other imperial powers included in the Aldrich Plan. Working men who break law should be punished, but lawless bankers and millionaires should be treated the same way because they have violated the same identical criminal statute, the law of the United States. It is difficult to reconcile the former assertions of the President in his message and public speeches that he proposed to enforce the law, every law against all violators, rich or poor, individual or corporation, labor union or trust, without discrimination, fear or favor, with his apparent indifference to the constant violation of several different provisions of the federal law by thousands of bankers officially accused by the Comptroller of the United States. Nor is it due to any oversight or lack of information on the part of the President. Ryder personally put into the President's own hands at the White House on November 16, 1911, 2 weeks before the Comptroller's report was made public on December 4, 1911, the written statement herein before, printed in full, which contained the charge, based on evidence privately obtained by Ryder, that the records in the Comptroller's office showed that at least 40% of all national banks were constant and intentional lawbreakers. We earnestly wish there was some possible way to explain or excuse this strange course of the President. Whether so intended or not, the conduct of the present administration of government and the law tends to constitute and classify the prosperous and powerful bankers and the Wall Street financiers as a favored class, exempt and above the law, daily treating the laws and authority of government with utter contempt, ignoring their sworn obligations to their depositors, stockholders, and the public, breaking criminal statutes with impunity, and because of the indifference of the Department of Justice or the policy of the executive, enjoying full immunity from penalties or forfeiture, fines and imprisonment. He has often and well said that in a republic it is dangerous to execute the laws in any but a just, equal, and impartial manner. It cannot be that questions of mere political expediency would induce the learned jurist, the distinguished public servant, the sworn and trusted President to compound with or grant active or passive immunity to lawless bankers as a class, because they are bankers, rich and politically influential, and even to urge Congress now to vastly increase their profits and power by law. As shown in another chapter, there are 40,000 national bank officers and directors this very moment who are guilty under the laws of the United States of the crime of conspiracy, each being liable to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or imprisonment not more than 2 years, or both, and there is ample evidence in the Comptroller's office and elsewhere to prove the charge in each case. Yet the Attorney General does not act. The President is silent. Why? Politically speaking, events soon will show that if the president took his stand knowingly, it was suicide. If he was deceived, it was assassination. So long as the special interests get away with the plunder, they waste no tears over the coffin containing the blasted political hopes of careless or faithless public servants whom they have induced to betray the public welfare into their itching hands. Governor Harmon. William J. Bryan says that Judson Harmon, governor of Ohio, is one of the candidates for the Democratic nomination for the presidency, being secretly supported by Wall Street. This may explain why Governor Harmon ignored or did not answer a recent courteous letter by author asking him whether he was in favor of the Aldrich Private Central Bank bill now pending in Congress. Following is the letter. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, December 18, 1911. Governor Judson Harmon, Columbus, Ohio. Dear Sir, the need of wise and practical banking and currency reform now is so important. Kindly advise as to whether you favor the suggested National Reserve Association plan advocated by the National Monetary Commission. Thanking you, I am, very respectfully yours, Alfred Owen Crozier. End of Appendix Correspondence Part 2. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 28 of U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier. Appendix, Press Notices of the Magnet. Wall Street, Alfred Owen Crozier's great financial novel, The Magnet, is warmly resented by Wall Street. The book exposes in detail the precise secret methods by which, with the aid of the stock exchange and the ticker, high finance manipulates quotation prices on 20 to 30 billions of listed securities and fleeces the public out of $1 billion each year. Author did not expect or desire Wall Street's approval. In the Magnet scrapbook was found the following letter, which is here reproduced without consultation with the former publisher. Author considers it evidence that the Magnet hit the right mark. New York, January 2nd, 1908. The Funk and Wagnalls Corporation, New York City. Gentlemen, we beg to return you under separate cover the copy of the Magnet which you sent us. We do not think favorably of this work, and not caring to criticize it otherwise in our column, we are sending it back. Thanking you for your courtesy, we remain, yours very truly, the Ticker Publishing Company. The Magnet. Alfred Owen Crozier's financial novel, The Magnet, has been read by Roosevelt, Taft, La Follette, Bryan, Hughes, and by many congressmen, governors, supreme judges, businessmen, and labor leaders. It was extensively and favorably reviewed by the daily press and magazines. See press notices on the following page. La Follette spent an hour reading extracts from the Magnet to the United States Senate as part of his famous 18-hour speech in 1908. That book was author's first gun in his campaign for honest finance and a progressive and patriotic money policy. It was preliminary in his new volume, U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency. Book of the Hour. The Magnet is full of fun, thrilling situations, adventures, and tender romance. The women particularly enjoy it. The characters are pat, entertaining, and almost recognizable. Every patriotic man should read it because of the startling and true revelations and exposure in detail of the precise methods being used by Wall Street high finance and its rapid and dangerous conquest of the American Republic. The Magnet was first issued as a high-class $1.50 novel by Funk and Wagnalls Company. The manuscript, written in 1906, was delivered to publisher months before the October 1907 panic, and yet the book contains a full description in detail of that panic and the way it was caused. Its chapter, The Artificial Panic, was surprisingly prophetic. The Magnet Company is publisher of Mr. Crozier's new work, U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency. To enable readers of the new book to also obtain the Magnet at a very low cost, the Magnet Company is publisher of Mr. Crozier's new work, U.S. Money vs. Corporation Currency. To enable readers of the new book to also obtain the Magnet at a very low cost, the Magnet Company has acquired the plates and all rights in the Magnet. These two books, no doubt, will be the Uncle Tom's Cabin of the present progressive crusade for the preservation of popular government and liberation of American business, politics, and banks from the present intolerable bondage to the panic-scourging mastery of Wall Street high finance. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency is a powerful book of merciless facts from the official records. The Magnet is a fascinating romance woven about the private central bank scheme that since actually has materialized and now is before Congress. It is flesh and blood in action. It sets forth with startling and convincing realism the alliance between crooked big business and crooked boss politics, and lays bare the shady methods employed. These books were prepared at great cost by authors to post the public and help prepare the people so they could successfully fight to preserve their rights and liberties. Patriotic readers are earnestly asked to help extend their circulation and usefulness, form clubs of 3, so as to get the books at the relatively nominal price, as per special offer to readers set forth on the inside and front cover of this volume. The campaign of 1912 is now on, so kindly act promptly. Help start the endless chain. Your own interests are deeply involved in a wise solution of this, the greatest issue since the Civil War. Send orders by mail with P.O. money order to the Magnet Company, Provident Bank Building, Cincinnati, Ohio. Prices, single copy, postpaid. The Magnet, 500 pages, 7 beautiful illustrations, cloth, $1, paper, 50 cents. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, 400 pages, 34 striking and timely illustrations, and 30 original letters from big banks and financiers, etc. Cloth, 60 cents, paper, 30 cents. See special cut price and side front cover, where 3 copies at one time are ordered accompanied by remittance. Baltimore American, an up-to-the-minute novel teeming with the electric thrill of the last sensation in high finance and corporation boodling, The Magnet will justify its title in holding the attention of the reader from start to finish. It is argument in flesh and blood. It is logic in action. It is conviction upon the anvil. Philadelphia North American, one of the most powerful romances which has appeared lately, and which goes to the very root of many of the current national problems. Philadelphia Record, The Magnet is a powerful story. Mr. Crozier writes with humor, originality, and directness, as well with force and lucidity. Boston Globe, rills of humor as sparkling as real rills under the kiss of summer sunshine trickle through and make fascinating the pages of The Magnet. Detroit Free Press, the financial side of this story is treated with an abandon that makes Mr. Lawson's frenzied finance seem mild as milk. Wilmington, Delaware Journal, The Magnet is more than a fascinating romance. It may make its author, Alfred Owen Crozier, of this city a national character. Cleveland Press, Alfred Owen Crozier is the author of The Magnet, a novel in which J. Pierpont Morgan and other familiar figures of Wall Street figure in thin disguise. Cincinnati Post. In obtaining material for his book, Mr. Crozier spent months studying the hidden currents and sunken wreaths of Wall Street. Wilmington, Delaware Star. Mr. Crozier thoroughly understands the subject of high finances, which is the underlying subject of The Magnet. Our sympathies are with him in his war with the vampires of the nation, as they were with Lawson, and as they were with Roosevelt, all 3 of whom, by varied methods, some wise and some doubtless unwise, have been valiantly fighting the battle of personal and corporate honesty and of financial, industrial, and commercial cleanliness. Chicago Examiner. Mr. Crozier's new book, The Magnet, though written in story form, bristles with philosophical discussions. Fortunately, Mr. Crozier is not without the saving grace of humor, and some of his severest criticisms are modified by this human touch. Chicago Post. A grave novel of public affairs, this book is beautifully illustrated by Wallace Morgan, the originator of the celebrated Fluffy Ruffles pictures. Washington Times. For 20 years, Mr. Crozier has been a prominent lawyer. He is also a manufacturer with wide business experience and a student of financial and political affairs. For 5 years, he was treasurer of the National Conference of Charities and Corrections of the United States. He started the modern movement for a Delaware ship canal and the Atlantic Coast Inland Waterway from Cape Cod to Carolina. He was an influential delegate at the recent National Rivers and Harbors Congress at Washington and at the Waterways Convention, Philadelphia. Detroit News. The Magnet was written by a former resident of Grand Rapids, Michigan. The story centers in Wall Street, and some of the characters are almost recognizable by their names. Minneapolis Journal. Alfred Owen Crozier, lawyer, manufacturer, and man of wide experience, has given another evidence of his versatility by writing a novel. It is called The Magnet and gives voice to views which caused something of a sensation at a recent meeting of the National Civic Federation. Detroit Times. The Magnet by Alfred Owen Crozier is a powerful and fascinating romance interspersed with philosophic humor. St. Louis Republic. The Magnet by Alfred Owen Crozier should find many readers. It is a romance of the battlefields of modern financial giants, great financial matters being dovetailed into a pretty love story. The book is written in a new and original style and is designed to appeal to the serious minds of all thoughtful Americans. Cleveland Leader. The Magnet by Alfred Owen Crozier is certainly one of the most appropriate books for the times. At a time when the country has been suffering from a lack of currency, it is interesting to read an account of how one man was able to get all the gold under lock and key and actually get his hands on so nearly all of the rest of the currency that the country was nearly frenzied. Of course, it all became a grand problem for the President, Cabinet, and Congress to struggle with. The metaphysical struggle with Sterling Morton, the man who actually cornered the money, is better read than described. There is an interesting love story running through the book. Augusta, Maine, Herald. One of the most conspicuous publications of the hour is the new novel by Mr. Crozier, which is, in reality, an arraignment of the evil forces at work in Wall Street. Chicago Tribune. Mr. Alfred Owen Crozier, an attorney of Wilmington, Delaware, has written a novel called The Magnet, which attacks Wall Street and its methods. Mr. Crozier is the member of the Civic Federation who so badly baited August Belmont at the meeting in New York a month or so ago. Kansas City Star. The Magnet is by Alfred Owen Crozier, a distinguished lawyer of Wilmington, Delaware, who has decided views on Wall Street's panic-making machine and other manifestations of modern finance. Grand Rapids, Michigan Herald. Mr. Crozier has studied his subject from several viewpoints. It should be read to be appreciated, for an outline of the plot does not give the fullness of the tale. Seattle, Washington Post Intelligencer. Mr. Crozier has written a polemical novel whose ideas may be gleaned as follows. Congress should go slow on currency legislation. The recent artificial panic was to scare the country into forcing Congress to act quickly and blindly. Selfishness instead of patriotism seems to be the inspiration of every proposition emanating from banking sources. They want elasticity, a rubber currency. This means simply the power to expand and contract the volume of money. But in every plan the banks demand the exclusive right to exercise this dangerous power. They are unwilling to let the people's government have any say. Mr. Crozier is much in earnest and very zealous. New York Sun. There is a passage in The Magnet describing Wall Street at page 55 which makes us think that Mr. W. J. Bryan must have read the book before making his speech at Carnegie Hall last Tuesday evening. Montreal, Canada Witness. The Magnet cannot fail to arouse at least a determination to discover how much of truth is contained in its vigorous and fearless denunciations. St. Louis Christian Advocate. The Magnet is a book of 497 pages, and in matters a strongly written romance, really thrilling in many of its scenes and incidents. It is intended to expose the crooked ways that mark the methods of Wall Street and corporations generally, and in a powerful climax shows what may come to pass under existing conditions. We recommend the book as worthy. Brooklyn Eagle. Mr. Crozier is a lawyer of Wilmington, Delaware, and a student of finance. He certainly knows Wall Street in all its ramifications, and is not afraid to speak out against it, as he proved about a month ago, when he attacked high rates of interest and margin gambling at a meeting of the National Civic Federation. Dallas, Texas News. The serious-minded will feel repaid to plod through The Magnet for the unquestionable value of its revelations. It strips naked that hideous panic-making agency, the destroyer of confidence and credit, the wrecker of fortunes and happiness, the enemy of society, humanity, and the Republic. Wall Street. Cleveland Town Topics. No other work of fiction will be published within the 12 months which will prove so absorbing, so powerful, so revealing, which will touch so boldly upon so vital a subject as The Magnet. It is a book which deals with financial problems, and with no weak or uncertain touch. There has been no hesitancy in the mind of the man who wrote it, no hedging of facts, no cringing to the powers that be. Those who enjoy fiction of the highest class and of the most absorbing interest should read this book. Having once opened it, they will become bound by its spell. New York World. Our novelist, Mr. Crozier, sets out to popularize the arguments against the Wall Street gamble, and he does this with eloquence and force. Louisville, Kentucky Western Record. The Magnet was an agreeable surprise. The story is one of great interest. One's attention is closely held, yet the indictment against many of the methods of modern finances is strong and clearly put, so that the average man who knows little of these things can understand. How Mr. Crozier managed to make such an absorbing story out of his dry and unpleasant facts remains a mystery. Madison, Wisconsin Journal. The evils of Wall Street gambling, elastic currency schemes, political conspiracies, etc. are laid bare in a new novel by Alfred Owen Crozier. Many of the reforms urged by President Roosevelt in his last message to Congress were previously incorporated in this book. Charleston, South Carolina News and Courier. In his book, Mr. Crozier has written in a powerful and fascinating way about a question of intense practical moment, weaving into his romance a great deal of delightful philosophic humor, and telling the story in a new and most original way of the conditions which so nearly affect not only the business life of the country, but its social and domestic happiness as well. Omaha World Herald. The author of The Magnet states that he has written the book with the hope that it may induce public thought and discussion, and thus do some good by helping to defeat the designs of lawless and incorporated wealth. Portland Oregonian. The Magnet is a cleverly constructed, audacious novel. Albany, New York, Argus. Mr. Crozier has been creating sensations in financial circles and columns of interests and the newspapers with his radical views on Wall Street and the worship of the Golden California. The Banker, Chicago. The recent Boston address before the City Club on banking topics by Alfred Owen Crozier has attracted attention anew to his powerful novel The Magnet. Crozier is a born enemy of the trusts, and his fighting blood was up, a la Sterling, when he wrote this wonderful story of Sterling the promoter, Helen Morton, and John Hayes. As a description of a venture in high finance, it is worthy of a place in any library. It teaches a useful lesson for those who risk all for money. The plot and counterplot are clever, with a grand climax and a moral victory to conclude. Buy it and read it. Des Moines, Iowa, Register and Leader. The Magnet is a delight to the jaded reader who has wearied of the conventional and purposeless drivel which seems to have usurped the romantic market. Mr. Crozier, first of all, writes with a defined object in view. His theme is drawn from important public questions of today. Glasgow, Scotland News. Read in the light of the recent money crisis in the United States, The Magnet is well calculated to cause grave searchings of heart among those who realize how much of the world's future is bound up with the developments, political and financial, of that country. It is decidedly dry reading, but it is deeply instructive. Indianapolis News. The author of The Magnet possesses a great mass of useful and timely information. Milwaukee Sentinel. The Magnet by Alfred Owen Crozier is a powerful novel dealing with current affairs, containing a fascinating romance, and illustrated by Wallace Morgan. Dayton, Ohio Watchword. Whether the resignation of General DuPont as head of the Speaker's Bureau of the Republican National Committee was voluntary or was forced by President Roosevelt will probably remain a secret. In this connection, however, it is significant that a few days previous to the general's resignation, President Roosevelt received a communication from Alfred Owen Crozier, the Wilmington lawyer whose book The Magnet has caused such a sensation in political and financial circles. He called attention to the serious handicap that General DuPont's presence upon the executive committee was likely to exert upon Mr. Taft's election. Detroit Advocate. The author has original views on various subjects. It will set one thinking to read Mr. Crozier's book. New York Christian Herald. The Magnet is a timely romance of the battles of modern business giants and the fatuity of living merely to accumulate material riches. London, England Globe. The Magnet by A. O. Crozier comes from America and proves to be yet another novel lustily lashing the transatlantic overweening craze for making money by any means, honest or dishonest, and showing how it demoralizes the national character. American financiers and other worshippers of the almighty dollar have no lack of mirrors in which to see their unlovely selves. The story ends with a novel act of restitution. Detroit Times. The magnate is certain to attract attention and make its impress on the coming national campaign. Colorado Springs Gazette. Unlike Lawson, Crozier is not a speculator, and his insight into Wall Street affairs has not been gained in a rough-and-tumble mix-up in the battles of the street. He has rather been the attitude of the student and the investigator. For years he has studied the game as it is played, until the study has become his hobby, his passion. He fairly oozes statistics. To illustrate the accuracy of his knowledge of the trend of banking and currency affairs, one of the chapters in his novel The Magnet, although written more than a year ago, describes with remarkable fidelity the recent money panic, giving in detail, months in advance of their actual occurrence, many of the facts which are now a part of current financial history. Portland Bulletin. The characters in the story are splendidly portrayed and reveal some excellent word drawings on the part of the author. The private schemes in Congress regarding elastic currency are laid bare. The methods and powers of Wall Street are exposed. The author of The Magnet tells how panics are created and their effect. He also tells of methods regarding the regulation of railroads and trusts and other kindred subjects. This book is well worth perusal, not merely for its romance, but for its timeliness insofar as present political and industrial conditions are concerned. Syracuse Herald. Mr. Crozier has written a novel of modern business in which men talk in billions, and the merger has been carried to the ultimate. The author says the book is not a reservoir of pansies, but he hopes it may induce public thought. San Francisco Newsletter. At close range, Mr. Lawson may present a prettier picture to the eye, his graces of person, his immaculate taste in dress, with its touch of the aesthetic, and the always conspicuous boutonniere being well known, but when it comes right down to physical bulk, Crozier makes an impressive eyeful. He is a fair specimen of what we have come to expect a fighter should look like. When standing on the ground, he stretches in straight, solid fashion, nearly standing 6 feet into the air. The scale would probably register his weight at 225 pounds. His hair, surmounted with a stiff growth of that peculiar copper wire hair which we are wont to associate with unusual physical strength, tops off a face that is as grim and relentless as a Pilgrim Father's. 2 lean, muscular jaws jutting away like the sides of a gunboat from a somewhat long and inquisitive nose terminate in a firm and knotty chin. In platform speech, these jaws snap shut at impressive intervals, and it is then that the man's strength and fixity of purpose is revealed at its best. A close friend says his eyes are gray. Perhaps they are, but if so, they are the coldest, steeliest pair of gray eyes ever set in a man's head. If you or me were to be pulled suddenly from a dark room into the light, our eyes would blink and blur until they become accustomed to the changed condition. Perhaps Crozier's eyes would act likewise, but they do not convey that impression. They strike one as eyes that would gaze at you steadily and unblinkingly under almost any conditions. Boston Globe. The Magnet is the magic and attractive title of an up-to-the-minute novel by Alfred Owen Crozier, published by Funk and Wagnall's Company. In a style which holds the interest of the reader from beginning to end, the author deals in a logical, convincing, and entertaining way with high finance and boodling. New York Christian Observer. In this novel, The Magnet, of nearly 500 pages, the machinery of Wall Street is uncovered to the public eye, revealing its diabolical methods and the tragedies that result. Fourth Estate, New York. The Magnet is a book of 500 pages, so magnetic, so fascinating, that the reader, having once begun it, will not be ready to lay it aside until he has finished it. The story is one of so-called high finance, related in a captivating style. An overwhelming desire to secure the power which wealth is supposed to give possesses a man of apparently strong character, who is described as playing a desperate game to obtain the control of national finance. Love, hatred, fear, intrigue, and other passions skillfully interwoven play their parts. Fortunately, love gains the ascendancy over the greed for gold, and a moral victory is won. Traits of American life and manners are graphically pictured in this romance of the battle of giants that figure on modern finance. New York Commercial. Mr. Crozier lives in Wilmington, Delaware, as a well-known lawyer, and is also a successful manufacturer. He is intensely in earnest, and this very earnestness gives him a poise and ease of demeanor that never desert him, even under trying circumstances. During the recent meeting of the National Civic Federation in New York, at which was present Andrew Carnegie, August Belmont, Seth Low, Samuel Gompers, and scores of other notable figures in American public life, the discussion had ambled along in a dignified and orderly, if somewhat desultory manner, until near the close of the meeting, when Crozier slowly arose from his seat, and in his characteristic way fired a question at Belmont. The question was simple in itself, but it was not just the kind of question that members of that august body were accustomed to have put so bluntly, and it created a stir. A battery of well-bred stares was focused in Crozier's direction, but it did not quail him. He serenely waited his answer, and he got it. The incident is characteristic of the man. He impresses you as one who will get what he goes after. Although not endorsing all the conclusions reached by Mr. Crozier, President Roosevelt, with whom Mr. Crozier has conversed on the subject uppermost in his mind, is following a similar line of reasoning, as is evidenced in the President's recent remarkable special message to Congress. New York American, Alfred Owen Crozier, the big Wilmington, Delaware lawyer who furnished the 3 explosions which made the recent convention of the National Civic Federation the liveliest in its history, did not speak his whole mind on the sins of Wall Street and Capitol in the Federation session. On Monday he chastised Wall Street as a panic-making machine and made some of the big financiers present squirm. Tuesday he stood up August Belmont on the charge of capitalizing franchises and wrung from him his first public defense of the Interbureau Metropolitan merger. He then tried to inject a saving clause into the elastic currency resolution proposed by Isaac N. Seligman. Since he startled the staid Civic Federation, there has been no little curiosity as to just who Crozier is. He comes from New York stock and was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He graduated from the University of Michigan in 1886 and has been a lawyer for 20 years. San Francisco Call. In the opening chapter of The Magnet, which antedates the story about 30 years, the upbuilding of the plot is well outlined. New York Tribune. Alfred Owen Crozier, the Delaware delegate to the National Civic Federation, who was appointed to draw up resolutions of thanks to retiring President August Belmont, together with Isaac N. Seligman, after he had tilted with both of them at Monday's and Tuesday's meetings, is anxious to bring about an organized effort to do away with margin sales and call loans at exorbitant rates of interest. Mr. Crozier said last evening that only by these means did he think that panicky conditions could be securely guarded against. New York World. A bomb was dropped into the placid councils of the National Civic Federation yesterday, and the echo of its explosion had not ceased to reverberate at the annual dinner held last night at Hotel Astor. The man who had the temerity to raise this storm was Alfred Owen Crozier of Wilmington, Delaware, a lawyer, and the author of The Magnet, a book attacking Wall Street. Face to face, he told the financiers they caused the money panic. New York Herald. August Belmont, chairman of the boards of directors controlling the surface lines and traction facilities above and beneath the earth in New York City, made the longest impromptu speech of his life yesterday in defending traction companies and mergers. He took the position that, since the obligation to operate cars was laid so heavily upon the corporation, the employee also should be made to feel, when he accepted a position with the transportation company, that he was in the service of the public and should not be permitted to leave his post without notice. Mr. Belmont, added Mr. Crozier, if an employee entering the employment of a public service corporation at a modest wage thereby incurs an obligation as a servant of the public, should not the corporation which receives the franchise from the public free, a franchise which is not property but a mere license, should it not also have an obligation to the public and be prevented from capitalizing that franchise for $100 million and then charging the public higher rates so as to pay dividends on such capitalization? Mr. Belmont was astonished by the long, hypothetical inquiry, and a wave of red swept over his face. Some of the labor element in the room applauded Mr. Crozier. Many more press notices from other leading papers and magazines and strong endorsements of The Magnet by men prominent in public life could be given, but space will not permit. To many, Mr. Crozier seems to be an extreme radical, but the fact is he is a cautious and careful conservative. His radicalism is only the radicalism of naked truth, which he states bluntly and always without qualification or apology. He believes the time to temporize with dangerous national evils has passed, and that the only way to prevent the swing of the pendulum to a dangerous extreme is to quickly establish justice and a square deal in finance, business, and politics, in between capital and labor. That is all he seeks. He would not harm any legitimate business, big or little, not even that of Wall Street, but he thinks the only way to safeguard legitimate business is to destroy the evils. Mr. Crozier and the family went to Cincinnati, Ohio, because of the unsurpassed school system of that city, and that his 2 daughters might complete their education in the splendid university and art school of that town. He also has established there the headquarters of his cement products company that supplies special machinery and erects plants for the manufacture of brick with ordinary wet process cement concrete under the Crozier system, of which he is inventor and principal owner, the product being known as Crozite, stone and brick. But for years, Mr. Crozier constantly has pushed the nonpartisan progressive campaign for the preservation of popular rule and to retain in the people and their government control of the country's supply of money. He has freely and gladly expended very many thousands of dollars and years of time and personal effort in making the investigations and in collecting the information now made public for the common good. The relatively nominal price put on his new book has been made possible by him. If Congress, instead of adopting the Aldrich Plan, will take up the Crozier Plan for a U.S. Monetary Council, it will prove a great and lasting national blessing. The Magnet Company. End of Appendix Press Notices of the Magnet. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. End of U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, Aldrich Plan by Alfred Owen Crozier.